questions? Fabulous. We have the Graves Engineering annual contract. I haven't, anybody had a chance to even look at that, or?
No, when does it expire?
This actually is backdated to July 1 as a show.
So we have till July.
This is for July 1 of last year to June 30th
Okay.
of this year.
That was never signed.
Correct.
Okay, I made a motion we table that for next meeting, just to move this along a little bit, since we haven't seen it either. You could send us a
There's copy in your packet.
Okay, I don't want to take the time right now tonight to read it, so if we could table that for our next meeting.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
So, in that the Charlton Town Administrator acted and continues to act in a manner that is extremely disruptive to the proper functioning of the Charlton Planning Board, specifically unfair treatment of the former planning director, reduction of former planning director's salary, attempt to demote the former planning director, an attempt to reduce the new planner's salary position. These show a pattern of discrimination against the planning board, denying legal counsel to the planning board, leaking accusatory memo to the media in an attempt to embarrass the planning board, unfair treatment of the planning board's administrative assistants, accusing the planning board of illegal wiretapping, insisting that the planning board has no authority over our site plan appeal when in fact it does. For causing undue stress to the planning board members and their families, the unknowns of being personally named in a lawsuit doesn't sit well with our children and our spouses. We therefore are compelled to record a vote of no confidence in the current town administrator and most strongly recommend that she change her course of conduct and decisions relative to the planning board and planning board staff. Do I have a motion to vote, have a no confidence vote on our town administrator?
So moved.
Do I have a second? Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
You want to do a roll call vote?
I'd like to do a roll call vote.
Don Clay? Aye.
Ross Lemansky, aye.
Jean Vincent, aye. Ellie Tajik, aye.
John Smith, aye.
Patsy Redlack, aye. Motion carries. Yep. Motion carries.
Unanimous.
In that the select board acted and continues to act in a manner that is extremely disruptive to the proper functioning of the Charlton Planning Board. Specifically, delaying legal counsel when requested for the site plan hearing process and denying the original attorney decided upon because the applicant did not prefer said attorney. Denying legal counsel for the site plan appeal. This, we believe, will eventually turn into another delay. However, this will not repair the fact that the applicant has been gifted the advantage of timing for their strategy. 3, causing undue stress to the planning board members and their families. The unknowns of being personally named in a lawsuit doesn't sit well in our children's and our spouses' minds. We therefore are compelled to record a vote of no confidence in the current select board and most strongly recommend that he change, we can make a motion to change. And most strongly recommend that he change his course of conduct, that they change their course of conduct and decisions relative to the planning board.
I'd like to make a motion, we change that to chairman of the select board.
Second.
I agree that the chairman has direct, the direct ability to allow us to have legal counsel. However, we do currently have 2 Board of Selectmen members that have openly stated that we should have counsel. That's David Singer and Karen Spivak, of course. We did receive a letter of support from David Singer that we should have counsel. And none of the other members could have stepped up, and they would have had the majority, and they would have had the ability to override the town administrator and chair with legal. However, they did not and have not stepped up, so I personally believe it's the select board. I mean, I guess we could exclude Karen and David, but that's discussion.
Well, notwithstanding those facts, we also don't know that they didn't privately stand up for us. So that has to be taken into consideration. I don't know they didn't, but I don't know they did. Just my opinion.
Any comments?
What are you saying? Are you saying how?
They want to exclude Deb Noble and Joseph Arwitz because they're kind of taking a no stand, at least in public. But I have to believe that if they did care and they had the majority vote, that means anybody, so we can automatically exclude them too for standing up, because then we would have had a majority vote, and we would have had council. So to this date, only David Singer and only Karen Spiewak have stated that we should have council. So in my opinion, by default, they should be still held accountable for making that decision for the town, our planning board, the townspeople. Do we have a motion to, we have a motion, we have a second. Roll call?
No, we just talking about deleting that word. We have to make a motion on the whole thing. I make a motion to accept it as presented.
As the whole select board.
Okay.
Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
We do roll call again.
Don Clay, yes.
Ross Massey, yes.
Jean Vincent, yes.
Alicia Duke, yes.
John Smith, yes.
Patsy Red-Black, yes. Motion carries. Thank you. So I have, the planning board wants to thank select board members Karen Spiewak and David Singer for their efforts in our quest to obtain legal counsel for the site plan appeal. Both have shown their support against the majority of their peers, and we want to thank you. So we have some A&Rs.
Councilman Brooks?
Would you come up? Sure.
This is just a simple revision of that line in the two lots. It's gonna have quite
All requirements.
This one is,
4.69.
second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you, have a great night.
Link Investments?
I know. Good night.
This has never been surplus. It's just a category. So the title company would not sign off on it. Okay? So when talking with Fiona, we agreed that we'll take it from this. Cut out those little pieces. Now I can get as long as I see. Yep. And so we don't get title. So the title.
I feel about that.
Now, I can move forward. Don't do it.
Exactly.
That's why I'm here.
That's the only thing we're doing there.
That's the only thing I may come back at some point and say, hey, I want to put a couple.
Yep. Tonight,
But
it's
tonight,
just,
I just want to start acting. I want to do
So really, all you did was that.
We're gonna, this is what I guess is registered right now. So eliminating. So we're eliminating all those. Writing it in
Second? Yeah. You guys have questions?
There's no houses right now on this house. No. Okay. All right. I'd like to make a motion here. I don't even think that the previous guy did. I got your Second.
All in favor? I don't want to do something that I shouldn't do. Date of endorsement is the same day as date of approval. So, date of approval and date of endorsement. I don't want to write anything that I shouldn't. Which is good because Yeah, exactly. Oh, is it just Chris? We like that. Honey, I'm this much time. Like, I think they're cute.
That's exactly correct, yes.
He goes away for the weekend. Because I live across the street.
Or you pay a small fortune to have someone come and live at your house.
So we have
Thank you.
Thanks, thank you.
All right, so this is just an acceptance of the Infinity Energy Services prelim subdivision plan on 75 Brookfield Road.
The purpose of bringing it before you is just to start the clock. Subdivision regulations require a plan. This is what it is. Official submission. There's no discussion tonight. I noticed that on the draft agenda for March 20th, the item was added for discussion. You want to have it that soon, or would you prefer to move it in?
Is he here? The applicant here?
Yes. Matthias? Matthias? Do you have a preference for when you would like this item to be on the planning board agenda? I didn't catch. When would you like this preliminary plan to be on the planning board agenda?
Oh, I'm quite flexible.
So we have 45 days to act. So up to the board and to decide.
I don't have agenda in front of us, but I mean, what's helpful?
You do have one, but I can show you what I have.
I'm just thinking we might want to push it on, we want to get exactly what town meeting, that's what I want to do, the next meeting open for something that wants to go in town.
Are you in a huge rush?
Is April 3rd okay?
I think that's going to be fine. Here are the meetings. Yeah, yeah. I think so.
Brookfield Road is right near the Mass Pike.
No, this is the first time.
This is just the preliminary subdivision. It's right next to Mass Pike. You're not in, it's the prelim, it's not, it's not, the new zoning is.
Bill, do they have an approved solar field there now?
They have it approved only for
Okay. They didn't have a separate. Okay. They will now. Okay.
We're starting all over, but it's going to fall under the moratorium.
I believe that
If it passes. Maybe.
so
Yeah.
we'll be subject to the
To the new regulation.
When does the moratorium expire? Let's have the town meeting and then at town meeting, if the solar regs get approved, then they would fall under the new solar regs. So great, you get to be like the guinea pig to deal with our new regs.
Yeah.
Let's do the April 3rd. Yeah, that would be great. Continue to
Yes.
A motion to move.
I make a motion, we move it to April 3rd. Second.
All in favor?
Abstain.
That's all. Anybody just take it, thank you. Alright, so we have a continued public hearing for Foursquare Holdings. Grabbing a chair.
Good evening, members of the board. Daniel Glissman here on behalf of Foursquare. For our last meeting, since that time, we have responded to all the comments from Graves Engineering. I believe the board's in receipt of a memo from Graves acknowledging receipt of all of our comments and approving the final points. And we've also met with the police department. It's my understanding that they've also indicated to the board that they have no further comments on our security designs and plans currently.
We do have a letter from the police chief to that effect.
And we've also sought extensively to track down a firm that would review and analyze our odor mitigation plan. I believe between Bill and I, we reached out to about 5 companies and were unable to track down a group that would give it a thorough and proper review. However, we believe that we've come up with a sort of a plan going forward to ensure the continued compliance of our facility. And I think I pass this off to my colleague Kurt Smith to talk about the particulars for the board's consideration.
Just to confirm what Dan said, I did try to find a firm that would do an odor review for us, and I was not able to find somebody. I contacted 5 firms, and without any success. So the options are for me to try to continue to find somebody, or for Foursquare to come up with an alternative standard or performance approach for the board to review and condition approval of their plan. So I've asked them to sort of present what they would propose to you, and then we can take that under advisement and decide whether that's the way you want to go.
So, Kurt Smith, Foursquare, we submitted an odor mitigation plan which outlines the operation and maintenance of the equipment along with equipment performance. The maintenance plan outlines, working on that equipment, replacing filters as necessary. What we would propose is, at the board's discretion, maybe in collaboration with the Marijuana Advisory Committee, a period of monitoring for the facility for odor control, for maybe a preliminary period of up to 6 months to monitor the site with complaint response protocol in place so that complaints to the facility are communicated to the planning board and the Marijuana Advisory Committee and vice versa. And we would leave that up to you. We would work with you to develop the plan. We would have a complaint protocol. Compliance would typically develop a complaint protocol as normal and best practice of the operation of the facility. So all equipment changes would be logged, all the maintenance is logged in a best practice, and a complaint response would flow through the board and the advisory committee.
And just to piggyback a little bit on Kurt's commentary, the plan that was submitted, the odor mitigation and waste disposal plan that was submitted is fully compliant with the state regulations, and we in fact believe it exceeds the state standards. So we believe it to be a industry best practices plan, which we would continue to implement on a going forward basis. And the 6 months of monitoring for the facility would involve monthly memos or check-ins with the planning board to identify and flag any issues or complaints that have been brought to our attention.
Do you have anything in writing in terms of a proposed condition or mitigation that you would suggest?
I think we would propose, potentially 2 conditions. One would be that we continue with industry best practices going forward for odor mitigation measures, and the other be simply that we would entertain 6 months of a monitoring process whereby we would submit memos to the planning board on a monthly basis, identifying any issues that have arisen or have been brought to our attention and our mitigation measures taken.
So what I would suggest is that we get that in writing and then submit it to the Marijuana Advisory Committee. And you may remember from our visit in North Brookfield that Roseanne Stanley from DEP was very helpful in terms of analyzing the BGG odor plan. I would suggest we send that condition to her for her review as well, see whether that would be acceptable.
I think we, set the standard with having the odor plan reviewed, and I feel uncomfortable swaying from that. I know it's an industrial zone, and I know there's not close residences, but I'd be interested to know does every growing facility in the state have an engineering review, or they just kind of bringing it in and chance in the odor? Does anybody know that answer?
I think everyone's different, as we've heard. Some have problems, some don't. I'm a little curious in why 6 months. It doesn't seem like enough time, for the filter material to be even saturated with the at that point and mature plants and everything else.
Yeah,
I
how long
would
does it take
expect it to be
to grow mature,
exactly.
where-
6 months would be enough time to bring a full crop to harvest, to manufacture products. And so all spaces, you would get most of those spaces propagated at that point. We're open to a longer period of time if that's acceptable to the board. And please keep in mind that this practice of ongoing, complaint log and response and maintenance log, that's not being proposed as a preliminary period of time.
Sure,
That's an ongoing industrial practice that would be standardized in any other manufacturing industry.
So the 6 month period is just a reporting back to the planning board for.
That's correct. And could extend
I
for
would
so
still,
long
I would
as
still
the-
like to extend that out to at least a year, just for.
We
So-
don't happen to have Jim Philbrook here, do we?
We have,
You got the next best.
yeah.
What- You want to come? up?
Sure.
I know people like being called out in the middle of meetings, so thank you.
Name, rank, serial number.
John Sanborn, Chairman of the Board of Health.
So, whenever we can bring the specialists in for their opinion on this kind of stuff.
Right. So Jim is the expert on this, but I can assure you that you folks would not be called for odor complaints. It would be Jim Philbrook, Board of Health. He would be the first point of contact, and that's how I believe it is probably in any town. I don't think that the planning board, once the plan is in place and approved, would have anything to do with that. You look at the plan, you look at odor mitigation and so forth, and then you assume that it's being taken care of. If it's not, it would be 240, 2210. The call would go through. and
Jim was
Jim is on
pretty,
call.
he was pretty serious about no odor. And so I'd be uncomfortable saying, okay, let's not get an engineer review on the odor mitigation plan and take it as it comes.
It sounds like you're having trouble finding an odor engineer, and let's be honest, most people here are not experts. That's fine. One thing, though, that I know Jim Philbrook did bring to our board was that he was very impressed with the North Brookfield facility. He said and it was at least one of you ladies, I think, you walked right around the building, within an arm's reach or so of it, and you could detect no odor outside during operation.
I didn't, not even in the building, when the doors were open, we're in the actual
Right.
growing facilities
So,
where you smell.
that's good. That's
Perfect.
a real good sign that it is possible. Now, whether that means carbon filtration that's 3 feet deep instead of an industry standard of 6 inches, I don't know. I was at a meeting here a month or two ago where we had an expert here talking about carbon filtration and all of the mechanics of the the airflow and odor mitigation, and I'll leave it up to you. But absolutely, the odor complaints would come to the Board of Health, no doubt.
I'd like to clarify 2 points. Jim is also the chair of the Marijuana Advisory Committee, is he not?
Yes.
So my, leaving that to the discretion of both those boards was assuming his inclusion of the planning of this. And I would also suggest that, the review of this plan, is, I don't know if that's something that could be a condition, but I think that the equipment that we're using in this facility is way above what most of my clients in my day job would, spend the money on to filter this air. So we were assuming that the Board of Health would be involved because any air quality or odor control in a landfill or any other industrial process would be handled at the Board of Health. So I just wanted to clarify that assumption and sort of hunting this to planning and marijuana advisory
Right,
committee.
and he's correct in what he just stated.
So, I mean, if the Board of Health and Jim come in front of us and say, we're good without you having an engineer review, we feel perfectly safe, that's what we recommend, we could look at it a little bit more, but until we kind of get that, I'd be hesitant to say, okay, let's approve, let's figure it, I'd be hesitant to do something like that without your.
We do have a Board of Health meeting scheduled for March 19th, so that could be on there. That was one of the questions, I had a few questions, if I could just kind of piggyback on that. I keep seeing plans, and we do have plans that do come to the Board of Health. These are revisions, so I realize they're not final. I keep hearing about the 45-day review. The various town boards will have 45 days. Is that, when does the clock start ticking? Is that the final plan, or?
Well, it's from the date that we send you the plan, so it gets
Okay.
logged in.
So each individual plan would have its own 45-day window, is that correct?
Well, that's a good question. Normally, we get the initial plan,
Yes.
and we give that for the 45-day window.
Okay.
When succeeding plans come in, we just forward those along and would ask for a comment by the next meeting of the planning board.
Okay, because we weren't sure, do we need to have a review with each plan, even if it's a revision where it's just I would consider a minor revision.
No, only if you feel that you wanted to comment on it, would you?
Right,
Would you
so we
do
just
that?
don't want to miss the boat. For instance, for odor mitigation, if there was nobody from the board represented tonight, I mean, if everybody just said, well, because they don't care, that we don't, and not that you would assume that, but we could miss the boat and then the plan could go through without any sort of odor control, mitigation, detection, monitoring, whatever. And that's what, we just want to make sure that any facility is covered.
We'll communicate.
Yes, through Jim.
Better.
Jim is very, very good, and he is in contact. It's a learning curve for so many people with the legalization of marijuana, with grow facilities and medicinal and recreational. But he is spending a large amount of time with state officials, Cannabis Control Commission, and everything else. He is by far the expert. So keep
Bill?
him involved, and I think we'll be okay.
Bill, is that usually a stipulation of the plan approval, that they get other board approvals, or is that?
No, it's voluntary whether they choose to comment or not.
So, and along those lines, Don, if there is no comment from any board after 45 days, then you assume they have no issue with it.
Correct.
And then it is assumed as approved by those boards. That's what I-
That's 45 days from the first submission.
Yes.
So just keep the plans coming. I know that he showed a stack, and some of the plans are like wallpaper your living room with. They're tremendously large. And gosh. Yeah, and we're not engineers, but I think if we are at least involved and Jim knows about it, that's a step in the right direction. I do appreciate it. Later.
Okay. Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
The chair, how much effort was put into finding an odor engineer? Is this just something that we've been trying for the last week, or are you getting calls back saying no, or are you just not getting calls back?
So I contacted Ned.
Sure.
He declined. I contacted Ed Nowak with G's Environmental. He declined. I contacted Jim McMahon at Green Gold Group in reference to their North Brookfield facility. He said they didn't have an odor peer review done on their property. They just collaboratively did it with the planning board. I contacted Ty and Bond, who declined. And then I contacted a firm called PES, and I never heard back from that company. So I could continue to try to find other companies to do it.
I'd feel more comfortable with that also, but if that's not possible, and they came up with a plan and submitted a plan, you know, we can give it some more time. At least at the next meeting, you'd be ready with a plan that was submitted, and we could review. Since right now, I don't see any plan other than.
Well, we already have an odor mitigation.
We have an
Yeah,
odor
we do.
mitigation plan.
That's correct.
But we don't have a plan for not having a peer review. So you were talking about putting something together.
Well, certainly, I'd be happy to draft the conditions that we would propose for any decision by the board. Again, it would dovetail into what we've discussed before, essentially putting the odor mitigation review on the Marijuana Advisory Committee / Board of Health, given that that's really within their purview and under their review.
Question on that. So if the Brookfield facility is already operating in an odorless environment, would it make sense then to look at their odor mitigation plan, compare it to what Brookfield is doing, compare size-wise, and if indeed it pretty much matches up or similar, assume with confidence that it will also mitigate the odor as it's doing now, and then have them put together a plan that states what happens if it doesn't?
You mean us as laymen?
No, I meant since we can't get an odor specialist, maybe have an engineer who knows what these things do, because I certainly would not feel qualified to do so. But have them look at the two plans, and if they look pretty similar, then the facility is a similar in size, just to save the applicant time, to save everyone time and energy, since we're probably not going to get an odor mitigation specialist. Let's look at these plans side by side, and if they work, or if they're already working, hope that they assume that they're going to work.
I mean, I think that's part, I think we should get the buy-in of the Board of Health. I think
Yes,
that
absolutely.
whether it's a joint, a meeting, or they have their meeting and they just inform us, maybe we can work with them somehow. Can you reach out to Jim to see if
Sure.
we can, whatever he thinks is good, whether it's the board's me or a couple of us need to, so we want them to feel comfortable. The facility in North Brookfield, they actually have a separate HVAC system. You can correct me because you were there also. In every single room of their building, there's an individual HVAC system in every room. So nothing ever mixes. So it is super high tech and top of the line, absolute top of the line.
Are you aware what they've done for odor mitigation at that facility?
I can't speak to that,
No,
although we
Brookfield.
have been before the Marijuana Advisory Committee already. They're aware of our project, they've reviewed our materials, and to my knowledge, they have not presented us with any comments or concerns with our proposed plans. So we have appeared before that committee, which includes obviously the.
Have you,
I think they're, sorry.
have you actually looked into buying or purchasing this system for your facility? Or?
We specify these systems every day.
Okay.
So, I mean, that's the other piece here, is that the equipment we specified is because of what this facility is going to be. So, because of our position in this business, in this industry, it is our job to understand how to handle this odor. So, and I don't want to get into the specifics, but I can. You know, there are standards, albeit there are no standards for cannabis other than what other municipalities have done across the country. So there are requirements in the state regulations, but there is no cannabis industry standard. Now, there are ASHRAE standards and MERV rated filters. Those are the types of filters we'll be using. And the performance of what we've specified in the building is because it's going to be sort of a showroom for our prospective clients. So we would be showing them best-in-class equipment, and we're putting these in not only retail facilities, but cultivation facilities on a weekly basis. We've worked on I personally have worked on over 50 sites that require odor mitigation. So for me, this is a standard practice, and like North Brookfield, an odor mitigation plan is not a requirement of the special permit process. It is a supplement to that based on the nuisance abatement of the facility. So, we provide that as a supplement. Obviously, this is something that the public is concerned about, is an air quality or odor control issue. But it's something we're very comfortable with, and feel that what we put on paper far exceeds what we see going into these facilities on a regular basis based on what people are spending. So we want this to be an exemplary facility. We do not want neighbors nuisanced by odor, and we want to set a standard that we believe people in the state and this industry should follow. So this is, we're not skimping on what we're doing in the building to avoid cost. We're trying to show people what we do every day and how to do it right.
And I think when we had the conversation the last time you were here, I think we felt comfortable that you would do the right thing, and I think we felt pretty confident with that. And we also said it would probably be a pretty quick meeting tonight.
Sure.
You'd have the order plan, we'd have it reviewed, we'd come together, we'd see those reviews, and
Yeah.
we'd say, okay, this
Right.
sounds great.
I think a lot of people are busy in this industry right now reviewing these plans and doing this work is my honest opinion. I think that there are a lot of very qualified people out there. I think they're all as busy as we are.
I think it's unfortunate we don't have that tonight, because I was, I
Could have
think
gone
that's the
through
way
this
that we were
pretty
looking at it.
quickly. But, at the end of our job here is to ensure that we're doing everything we can to protect our town in any way, and to prevent 100 calls going to our Board of Health also. So do we want to see if we can meet with the Board of Health or reach out to Jim and see what he thinks is the best route to take?
Sure.
The
And-
advisory committee is having a meeting on the next week on the 12th. So
What's that?
the marijuana advisory committee is having a meeting next
Okay.
week on the 12th at 5:30. Will you attend that meeting?
Somebody will be attending that meeting.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Sure.
We're before the Board of Selectmen on the 12th. I believe at 7 o'clock, potentially.
Yeah, this is a 5:30 meeting for
We'll
the
be there.
advisory board.
So if you like, I will send a letter to the marijuana advisory committee asking them to weigh in on the order plan.
And the entire Board and the Board of Health itself. So I know that it's Jim's on, but let's get their opinion and chime in. I don't want to own this by myself.
All right.
Let's get everybody to buy in on this. That's what they want to do.
And do you have a list of previous installations in towns that you've worked for? So
Sure.
I mean, at least it's something that we can trace back, and not to say we don't trust you, but
Sure.
we need to, just so we
Absolutely.
can make a few phone calls or
Trust
visit.
but verify.
Yeah.
Exactly. Kik, will you send a list, some towns that we can
Sure.
reach out to and get some references?
Google will do it very quickly.
So they're currently on the agenda for the 20th.
Right.
Yes, I think we can add them to the 20th agenda.
Can I,
They're already on the agenda.
They're on the
Okay.
draft.
so they're on their draft agenda.
Okay, right, 7:20.
Do we want to open this up to questions from the public?
We have people here.
Yeah.
We might as well.
Do we have any questions from the public on
Force.
Force 4? Thank you.
Just one quick question about the process.
Come on up and introduce yourself.
Oh,
You could sit there.
I'm right
just-
here,
I need
yeah.
your name.
Noreen Smith, 136 Dresser Hill Road. So I'm just curious about the process. So you're applying for a facility that would be medical only or growing only initially, and then the idea is that you'd be prepared to convert to a retail sale shop at moment when given the opportunity. So what's the process for converting a medical only or a growing only facility to a retail? Does that require another review of the planning board for any entity that does that, or is it?
I would say that yes, it would require.
The same thing happens, so whether, just to change from medical to recreational, there's another whole.
Start
review.
all over?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a whole different.
And for growing to retail, same process?
I don't
This
think-
application
we've
is,
never-
to
Okay.
clarify, this application is only for cultivation and
That's what I
manufacturing.
thought. That's all we're dealing with.
It is for an adult use establishment. If we wanted to implement a retail facility, it would be a separate application process reviewed by, again, Board of Selectmen and Planning Board.
And there's a host agreement with BGG and for Green Gold to hold those retail licenses.
No, VGG has not applied for
But is
retail.
it in their host agreement though?
Well, the zoning bylaw allows for the planning board to approve two recreational adult use establishments, so there's currently one available.
Stick to first one.
So I make a motion, we continue this to March 20th.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Abstain.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
DPT Energy Solutions, the solar accessory battery discussion on the solar site on Brookfield Road.
You have in your packet some correspondence from Kurt Neskus. He and Jason Concera from the fire department have been reviewing the systems on your behalf. And unfortunately, it became a much more complex undertaking than they had thought it would be. So they are asking for more time to complete their review. These are very complex systems, and they do not feel that they are ready to make a recommendation to the planning board yet. What procedures you should adopt to review and approve these, so they're asking for
So we
more
just
time.
automatic continue because without their recommendations, we don't.
Well, that's up to you, of course, but I think we should let the
We'll let
applicant,
You came prepared to talk.
Yeah, well, Bill was kind enough to send me that before I got here anyway, so I just figured I'd come anyway, really, because we don't understand what's going on there, asking for some more time. Last time I was here, I handed out some information, pictures, specifications on the batteries and containers. I have with me as well some screening that we are proposing at the site for visual, and I guess it can also serve as acoustical barriers at the, specifically at the Colburn Road site, and some cross sections as well to show, again, the visual aspect of it. So just to be clear, and I responded to Bill and Kurt as well, we're not asking technically right now for the planning board to have the final sign off. What we're trying to understand is the process to get the approval. Is it gonna be something that requires another public hearing, opening of a public hearing, or we accept it as a field change? You know, something in the past, something small changes. We submit a plan change to Mike Andrade, and he, documents it, informs the planning board, and we move forward with the field change. And I know this is more substantial than a small, like, fence moving or something like that, but we're not saying that the planning board handling it as a field change is the final sign-off. We don't listen to what Kurt or the fire chief says. We're asking that it just be documented that it will be a field change. We can move forward, and we know that we're subject to the fire department and the building department and the electrical department's comments. So that's why I was here, was to see if that's a possibility to get some direction, so we know.
So you can plan.
We can plan, yeah, we know if it's, if it's gonna be a new public hearing, there's gonna be associated times with applications, wait, public hearing, notification, the butters list, all that type of stuff. We're hoping in our conversations, I think leading to this point has been directed more towards it being, assuming that it's gonna be able to be handled as a field change, which is what we would prefer, to be honest, as the applicant. I know that's not what makes or breaks it, but that's what we're hoping comes of it, but we're kind of
get that direction. If that's gonna be the case, again, we're happy to work with whatever comments come from the fire department, building department, electric department, and make sure that those are implemented here. But as far as, you know, the visual access, that stuff we feel like has been pretty well vetted at this point, the information that we've submitted, and we're hoping to kind of be able to move forward with it, with the planning board's, you know, semi-approval, you know, with notwithstanding what happens to the rest of the people looking at it.
How much power, I guess, do we have over the field changes? So what can we do to make sure something terrible doesn't happen if that case?
Yeah.
So I think, you know, the point of having the building commissioner and the fire department review these is to get an understanding of how impactful they really are. Once we know that, we can decide upon what's the correct process for the planning board to allow them. If they come back and say that, you know, they can be handled through certain mitigation practices, then I think we could handle it as a staff field change. If they feel that there are more serious impacts with these facilities, then they might suggest that the planning board actually review a modification of the site plan, which could either require a full public hearing process or just a planning board meeting whether it's reviewed. So I understand Ernie's, you know, dilemma here because we don't really have that answer for him yet. So I think we kind of need to wait for the process to play out and we know exactly what we're dealing with.
I agree.
I would agree.
There is no
Yeah.
semi,
I understand, I get
we
what's going on.
can't sort of
yeah.
approve you, it's either an approval or not, so we're gonna have to wait.
So take no action at this time.
Tonight, do we want to, did they give us any time frames? Should we
Kurt
put them on
was
for 2
suggesting
weeks?
a month or so.
A month? Good.
April.
Yeah, this says
Yep,
April.
exactly.
Okay. That was 03, right? April the 3rd?
April 3rd.
April the 3rd? So it's April the 3rd. We continue to
Yep.
April 3rd? I make a motion, we
Yes.
continue it to April 3rd?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thanks, Annie.
Okay, so, we have the continued public hearing for Valley Greenbow definitive subdivision.
I have a sign-on sheet here. I appreciate you guys would sign it and pass it around if you're here for GG here.
Now there's room
Just 2 out of 3. I was like, where are you? You can't leave us.
No, you went to talk to council. Do we want to open the hearing or? do we want to have it?
I mean, I kind of, what, if we want Mark here. Anybody have any good plans, please? Okay. Just so we don't get accused of whispering, we have a meeting with FinCom and it was changed, so we're just kind of figuring out if everybody's happy with the 27th date at 7:15. At 7:15.
No, I'm gonna recuse myself.
You guys are ready to present?
Yes, ma'am.
Except for we'll wait for Mark. Of course they are. Yeah, half an hour is. Down to my 9.
While we're waiting for life, you had approved the lot release for Jennings Road extension with the condition that they submit a check for $10,015. So I have to check if you can now sign this document if you like.
Do we have to vote on it? Can I?
No, you
We
don't
already-
need to vote on it, so it's just like waiting for the money to come.
Another check that came back, has that been cleared up?
Excuse me?
We had another check that came back to us, has that been cleared up?
Where do I sign?
On the right-hand side.
I do. We'll go over a little bit. Move my stuff out of your way.
Can you guys sign? There's only 3 lines, you're out. I'm just joking. You guys are done.
You want to sign? I'm done.
Attorney Rosen, do you feel comfortable with only 3 board members voting on this?
Do I feel comfortable, or are we agreeing to go forward?
Are you agreeing to go forward?
Yes, we are agreeing to go forward.
Thank you. You're up.
So I guess we'll start for the record, Mike Novak from Meridian Associates. The last, I think the easiest way to, I'll keep this really short and sweet. January 17th, I believe, was the last submittal after our last hearing. That started our new review, I guess you'll call it, in terms of making sure Board of Health and Conservation, everyone was up to speed and comfortable with what was going on. From that plan set to now, Mike Andre from Graves has given us minor comments, which we've addressed, and there was a subsequential submittal between that after a face-to-face meeting in the planning office with Todd Gerard, the conservation agent, Mike Andre, myself, Dale Leary, and Bill, Mr. Bill right here. We did address some of his comments, which Graves put into his, which Mr. Andre put into his Graves memo. We did receive a memo today, I think it's today, right?
Yes.
Yes, today from Mr. Andre, and I won't summarize my opinion on this, but it feels as
You as an intervener,
Either way.
well, the board would have to make a determination with counsel who they wanted to call as an expert witness.
So the board has the opportunity to choose.
This assumes that the board is going to have an opportunity to have counsel.
How's that working out?
Did this board give their approval of the engineer that is making these measurements that are non-measurements? to recommend about the,
He's our consultant.
is that you
Ma'am, what is
approve?
your name and address? I'm sorry.
Sorry, Karen Bodemer, 316 Stafford. Did this board approve that, or did some other entity approve that consultant for the board?
Graves Engineering has been our engineer for probably 20 years.
Okay.
For their, I mean, our consultant.
Can I, if I recall correctly, at the February 20th meeting, you guys also renewed him, so to answer her question.
That's the town renewal, that's not the board.
tonight.
Yeah, that's contract.
Okay.
Yeah, that's not the
But you
same.
guys do the renewal every year of his contract.
Actually,
No,
he's
the town
working, he's not working under contract right now. His contract is expired.
Okay.
So he technically, no, I guess.
Okay.
That's your answer.
So could this board acquire an engineer that does the measurements that are required to show what the drainage actually is versus the measurements that this, I'm sorry, Mr. Moore, said they didn't do by just walking on the property? That seems like a real problem, that someone walked on someone's property, made some numbers up, didn't do the proper tests. That seems like a reason to get another engineer.
That's really not a fair statement.
Okay.
We've used Graves for years, so.
Okay.
However, I guess the board can use its
Ask
own
them to do
discretion.
something else?
Use our own discretion.
Could the board ask Graves to do more?
But this is
We could, but we're really at the end of the.
we're at the end of the road.
Madam Chair, so I'd just like to make a point here, and it's not about bashing people, but I'm awfully sorry to say this, but we've had nine plans done and redone and overly done, because it was determined numerous times that there were a lot of things missing on the plan that were brought to the board's attention by the residents and myself. So it's very difficult for us to have confidence in, the town's engineer when that's all transpired. We've demonstrated, it's fairly obvious that this isn't, this system that they're designing and what's going on here is going to be a severe safety issue for the town, and a liability dumping on private property, and all those issues. I would like to just say that it's not Mike Andre that approves this subdivision plan. It is the board. And he is your expert, and you can listen to what he has to say, but it doesn't mean that you have to take what he says as gospel. It's up to you to determine, what you have seen and what you perceive as being properly done and not. And I would say that, I think I've demonstrated that there's a lot of problems in this plan, quite a few.
Noted, thank you.
Just Gerard Russell, Old Worcester Road. Just to deal with the issue of drainage and Mr. Andre's assessment regarding the issue of water going onto my property. My recollection is he didn't take a position on that, but he deferred to civil authorities, that that's between me and the courts, or me and the town. He didn't take a position on that.
What his comment was, it'll be no worse than it is now, is what his determination was as an engineer.
Well, that's regarding the amount of water.
The amount of water.
Not the legitimacy of.
No, that's true.
Of maintaining a pipe that, they don't have authority to go onto my property.
That's true.
We'll just point out, we're not going onto his property, it's not our pipe. We have natural water flow off of our property. The town put in a pipe when they built the road, maintains culverts under the road. The pipe isn't on our property. We didn't put it in, we don't maintain it. We have natural surface water flow that we legally have the right to have. Every property has the right to have natural surface water flow. And what Mike looked at was that our subdivision would not negatively impact that surface water flow. We're collecting and rediverting in substantially the same manner in which that water already follows its natural flowing course over the property. And that, as an engineer, is what Mike is supposed to look at. From the portion of the water that flows across the street onto Mr. Russell's property, while Mr. Kochman might be correct that Mike Andre just walked and looked at the other sources, They didn't go in blindly on calculations. Mr. Novak did those calculations and presented those calculations to Mr. Andre. So they weren't just based on a random guess, based on taking a look at a piece of property and not doing the engineering or not doing the math. So,
We get it, but you guys missed the catch basins that I saw, and I am like an accountant, so, so I get your comment, but there truly were so many changes that, both, Ms. Novak and Mike missed. So, I get everybody saying, having their comments, but the board witnessed the changes that the abutters actually found and had to be, because the engineers failed to actually physically maybe go to the property and find these things.
Madam Chair,
It's hard to have faith.
I'd like to make one more point here, and that is that, you know, this engineer plan does not meet stormwater, Mass DEP stormwater regulations. It is not providing the recharge. It was mentioned in Mr. Andre's, one of his letters, I don't know if it was this recent one, but the one before that, they're not providing the necessary recharge, because they're actually decharging the site. So, again, the board should not be approving any plans that do not meet federal and state, you know, stormwater standards, because we have the M4 permit that we have for stormwater, and, you know, that's just very counterproductive. Everybody should be meeting those.
Right,
Thank you.
Madam Chairman, just as a quick response to Mr. Rosen, he's correct. VGG would not be coming onto my property, nor would they need to. The town would need to come onto my property should that pipe crumble or collapse. The town would have to come onto my property to maintain, repair, install. The town doesn't have the authority to do that on my property.
Which pipe are you talking about? They have water that drains.
The drainage
into
pipe
that
that comes from the culvert
Right, okay,
and
that's been
empties
there
into my
forever.
backyard.
Okay.
I don't know that Mike addresses it in his letter. He does.
Greater
than an acre,
so
Well, there is an, when applicable, all subdivision shall comply with Mass DEP. Mike says it's not applicable.
Well, he just says if applicable, although the project may be exempt, it's kind of says.
Well, then they're gonna have to go through, that's gonna go through contract.
And some company found it.
Yeah, they don't.
So I mean, that's our duly elected board or duly appointed board to cover that kind of details. We have a letter from him saying it's okay. So, I mean, that's something that we need to go with.
So do we want to close this?
It strikes me that there are, possibly, I don't know if there are unanswered questions in your mind after hearing the public comment with regard to drainage and or adequacy of roadways, but we're not going to get those answers tonight. And I think it would be appropriate to ask Attorney Rosen whether he would give you an extension to get those,
So,
just so that you know what your next step is in the evening's close, how things go for the rest of the evening.
so before you answer that, so the effects of the downstream runoff is a concern. And if the engineering wasn't done to prove that you know, things aren't getting worse or there is going to be additional runoff to that.
Excuse me. Did you say that again? I couldn't hear you.
I said I'm talking about the downstream runoff from the culverts that you're discharging into. We've looked at that, but
I believe you said the engineering was not done? Yeah.
well, the engineering for Mr. Russell's property and the pipes that are for the downstream runoff, the where the flow goes to.
Okay. What are you looking for?
I'm just asking questions.
Sure.
So,
You seem to be going around.
So I'm hearing tonight that the I don't want to say the engineering, but when the streams were looked at and the flow was calculated at what percentage comes from which direction may not have been accurate. Is that?
Yeah, I think we're we're projecting what Mr. Andre says, and I don't want to speak for him, so I'm speaking
Exactly.
my interpretation of
And he's
it.
not
We
here.
found 3 sources, 1, 2, 3, a third, a third, a third. That's the extent of the calculations. that we've
Exactly.
done. The idea behind this is that 2 of those outlets are not being touched. The drainage areas that contribute to those 2 culverts is not changing.
Mhm.
Only the one in front of our proposed subdivision, the drainage area to that, a portion of the drainage area to that is being altered. As he states in his letter, the runoff is decreased as required per your bylaw, and the volume is minimally reduced. The concern should always be the volume, because it's not when it gets there isn't always the issue, it's how much gets there. You want to dry something up, you take water away from it. So if we're only taking a very little bit of one of the sources, I won't even say a third, I'll say one of the sources. If we're only minimally reducing the volume, I can't see how, even if we look at the 2 other areas that are not changing, how is that minimal reduction going to dry up anything downstream?
And just correct me if I'm wrong, the engineering.
Engineer, so you can't.
Can I just, the engineering for the one that we are impacting was in fact done?
Yes, a HydroCAD model was performed, pre and post analysis, the modeling of all the stormwater system that you've seen time and time again.
And I think Mike says it complies with the Mass DEP stormwater and
It was done in the vein of that, even though it's not required
first paragraph. It
to
says it may
meet
apply.
that. So those calculations were done per standards.
And reviewed by Mike Gray. I mean, Mike Andre and Gray. Right.
Yes, Mike Andre. I just wanted to clarify, those are the calculations. I'm sure that's may or may not help.
All right, do we want to close this public hearing, or are we ready? Can we do that?
If you're ready.
Do we have any more,
Once it's closed, then that's it, no more comments from
It's
the
just you.
board? Okay.
At the
We-
discretion of the chair.
Right, there would be no more back and forth or anything, correct?
Unless I have a
The
question.
chair may, at her discretion, ask or get an answer from the audience, but you don't have to do that.
Okay. Okay.
Once you close the public hearing, however, no new information can come into the record.
Before you close it, can I ask one more thing? And Howard on Worcester Road. I heard, and I believe Todd Gerard is aware of this, that either in, or Pete Boria might know the answer, not to put him on the spot, but I thought either June 1st or July 1st, the state of Massachusetts is changing the whole way that it does all its drainage underneath streets. If there's no more just sticking a pipe there and going from A to B is not gonna be allowed. So I'm wondering, where we're already in March, at the time this thing may happen, is that totally gonna change any of this drainage that's hitting our streets? And what that may do to either Jerry's property or whatever. I know I've got a drainage that comes from across the street, dumps on my property, and there's no easement or anything in my deed that allows anybody to do that, but it's there. But I've been told that if that needs to get replaced, that it's not gonna look like that after June or July 1st.
Unfortunately, I don't think that's pertinent to this plan.
Right, we have to go with what
Well, I'm
we
just
have right
thinking if
now.
they had to do any drainage changes along Old Worcester Road down there.
It's what's in effect right now.
Madam Chairman, Mr. Bobrowski, a question?
yes, last.
Mr. Bobrowski, so does the town assume liability if this board approves this plan and their drainage system that's pumping, hundreds of gallons a minute out into the public right of way causes a dangerous condition, it causes an accident, it causes a problem? Is the board and the town liable because they permitted it and they permitted it and approved it?
The Tort Claims Act was amended 25 years ago, and it provides for broad and extensive municipal insulation from liability in circumstances like this. The threshold for municipal liability would be wanton, reckless, willful, but it wouldn't apply to ordinary negligence if the board were to make a mistake.
Doesn't the board have the authority to require that someone filing for approval provide insurance for adjacent properties that are at risk of flooding? Isn't there a bond opportunity or some kind of a?
The bond is typically for construction phase, to make sure that it gets, if it's necessary infrastructure, to make sure that there's money in the pot to finish the job if the developer goes bankrupt, we foreclosed upon. But typically, in something that requires ongoing maintenance, a bond can be used, a maintenance bond can be used for that purpose. So there's a difference between a construction bond and a maintenance bond. But a maintenance bond is pretty common, especially with stormwater, because nobody cleans them out with detention basins, and if they don't, you got a bond, you can go clean it up.
And would that be an appropriate measure in this case to protect the neighbors?
It's certainly something that the board can discuss. I can lead you through the appropriate language once you close the public hearing, if that's your intention. Otherwise, it's a lot of reading for nothing. Don't read the whole thing and everything.
Just to go back to Alicia G. Old Worcester Road, what would the appropriate amount be for a bond such as this? Drainage seems to be the big button issue here.
Yeah.
And there are bonds in place to protect the abutters. What would be an appropriate amount based on this project to ask them to hold?
I would defer to Mike on that because he understands the maintenance and I have no idea.
Okay.
So-
Is there any precedent for prior projects of this, typically of this size? I realize it's a grading issue.
Not in
That we
my-
might call upon since Mike is not here.
No, I think my experience is limited to subdivisions which may have, as many as 10 detention basins. And somebody's got to clean them out and maintain them and make sure that the vegetation doesn't take away from the capacity to attenuate the stormwater. And I know a lot of developers just forget about it after a while, and if there's a bond in place, we can exercise on the bond and they'll clean them up.
And is that something they can, lastly, is that something they can put as a condition to approval if they so choose to approve a bond up to and not exceeding XYZ dollars?
Yeah, I would rather be more precise with the help of Mike, but.
But I mean, with the lack of him here, if they so choose to take.
I think you can get that information I can get that information when I write it up. from
Okay,
Mike.
okay. Thank you.
And Mark, we would have no issue with a condition as part of like the building permit process that we have to confer with Mike and come back before this board and post an appropriate bond and an amount
Yeah.
reasonably determined by grades.
Most of the time, the subdivision regulations have a provision for calculating performance guarantees. So it would be the civil engineer's estimate plus a annual rate of inflation plus a cushion, usually 10 or 15%. So there's always enough money.
Thank you.
Question on Mike Andre's report that we received today. He says that they maintain their comments about the roadside swales and the proposed roadway, or the way.
Which number?
This is for number 13A, the last paragraph of A, number 13. And his comment is the applicant would be willing to discuss the work with the board on swale maintenance. Seems like that's something that he has a concern about, and we as neighbors have a concern about, that if that swale is not maintained, it overflows into the roadway, causing hazardous conditions and potential property damage. When we first moved into Old Worcester Road, the end of our driveway washed out with 10-foot drop from the roadway, the road runoff, and the town had to come and regrade the road in order to fix that. So
We would also have no objection to that being part of the bond.
Okay. I was looking up the bond provisions. Can you say that again so I can make a note to myself?
Regarding.
What you
Mr.
just said,
Andre?
I was looking something up and I didn't know that Michael was gonna say, we'll accept it as a condition. Maintenance of the
Swale
swales.
maintenance.
The last section of 13A regarding swale maintenance on either side of the cul-de-sac.
As neighbors, we have experienced the swale that did not work and lost the end of our driveway by 10 feet from road.
Yeah, I've already got that noted because Mike said it was to be a condition, so I'll just put performance next to that too. Okay, thank you.
One more comment on that. Question on that. One more question on that.
Rick Rowe, 11 Pernia Road. It was brought up tonight, the huge underground water storage for the potential for mold and mosquitoes. What's VGG going to do to prevent that?
We have an O&M plan as part of.
Concom?
Do we have to go to Concom? I think we submitted, I think Mike has a copy of our O&M plan.
Yeah.
That's a Concom O&M plan, right? Conservation?
No,
Commission?
it's a stormwater O&M.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's been submitted to Mike and Andre for review and commented.
So what is, I guess I didn't understand the answer. What does it say?
So it sounds like there's an O&M plan for maintenance of the drainage, or the stormwater.
Right, but I guess I don't understand what's the plan to prevent the mold and mosquitoes. Like, I understand there's a plan, something's written somewhere, but what does it say? Like, in a nutshell, what's the plan?
There's observation ports that are built into those systems, so someone from the surface can look in and see if there's standing water when there shouldn't be. If there is, they can be flushed out. And I would assume, I'm not a mold or mosquito expert, but I would assume as long as that water isn't allowed to stay stagnant and is flushed out, there shouldn't be an issue.
And that O&M plan is a part of what permitting process?
Well, it's actually it's required as part of the SWIP.
SWIP, oh, okay.
Yeah, under the construction general permit. But it also was a request of Mike Andre as part of his review as well. So it came up twice.
It actually came up, Mike actually also asked us to go back and specifically include tasks related to the subsurface chamber, and then confirmed that that it was addressed.
Yeah.
So the SWIP is stormwater pollution prevention plan.
Yeah, there's actually also.
That's a requirement under federal NIPDES, and that would come, there's a copy that would be issued to the board of their compliance with the SWIP.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a recommendation. If we do entertain a bond, that it would not be a bond, that it would be a letter of credit to be posted for maintenance and in cases there's problems with the system. A bond is basically useless because by the time the town would be able to access it, it might be never the way the bonds work.
I don't disagree. Chasing a bond is a lawyerly dead end sometimes. A tripartite agreement or a letter of credit would be my preference.
Great, thank you.
Do we have a motion to close the hearing?
I'll make a motion to close the hearing.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
So I gave you chapter 41, section 81U, and I just want to make sure that we understand that the subdivision is governed by this provision of the law in terms of your decision-making process. So if you look on the second page of the handout, it says after hearing required, the planning board shall approve, or if such plan does not comply with the subdivision control law or your rules and regulations, or the recommendations of the Board of Health, shall modify and approve, or shall disapprove. In the event of disapproval, the planning board shall state in detail wherein the plan does not conform to the rules and regulations or the recommendations of the Board of Health, and shall revoke its disapproval and approval plan, which as amended conforms to such rules and regulations or recommendations. So the standard here is not discretionary if, but only if, the plan complies with the rules and regulations of the board. If you don't have special permit-like discretion, you know, it either complies with the regs or it doesn't comply with the regs. If it doesn't comply with the regs, you may modify it to make it comply or disapprove it. But once they make it comply, note that last part, you shall approve. So it's a very different law than zoning. It's designed differently. Like some states like Rhode Island have discretionary subdivision approval. You don't like the looks of it, you can say no. But here it's all tied to rules and regs. If you're gonna say deny, you gotta find something in the regs where it does not comply.
So, I know that I was questioned, but I still believe that there is dangerous traffic conditions. I get that certain people say yes and certain people say no, but in my personal opinion, knowing that road, the planning board made us disapprove a plan where it determines that dangerous traffic conditions may result due to inadequacy of proposed access or proposed ways within the subdivision. I think that there's an access issue. Again, back and forth, people are saying things, and I'm just going through my interpretation of our regs. So
What is the access issue?
I think that the oldest Worcester Road is a terrible, dangerous road. It's especially in the ice and the snow. You can barely get a vehicle down that road. Even without snow, you know, on a clear old sunny day, it's hard to get two vehicles, a school bus and another road. Is it possible? Yeah, you scratch up the side of your car. It's just dangerous. A couple cars going fast down that road with those turns.
Plenty of cars out the road.
It's a dangerous road.
I would tend to agree with you that it is a dangerous road.
I get we have engineers that may have come to this town who don't use that road, who visited twice or once and made the determination off of some computer system. I do not agree. I've been living in this town for a long time and it's not. So that's my first point. You guys can chime in and Jane, I don't know how you feel about that.
I feel the same way you do about that.
I worry, and again, sometimes it's the common sense piece.
And I agree with you, but I'm not sure a court would.
Right.
Since we do have experts that have said that road is adequate for more traffic than what a two-lot subdivision would give it. I agree. I think it's a horrible road. Maybe we should have it closed. But unfortunately, I don't think that's it.
Control bridge.
I don't think we could get a legal state.
I mean,
unless we had a traffic engineer come in and testify to that. But that's the problem.
You know, as a board member, I don't want to make a plan because we believe a judge won't like our decision.
True.
So we're elected to make the decisions based on what we know, and I understand sometimes you start citing case law and you start saying, wow, it's you can't not deny, even though everything in your common sense says this is a dangerous road and this shouldn't happen on this road. You can't deny it because the judge might not like it.
So what modifications into the subdivision plan could you put to alleviate that issue?
Yeah.
Because that's what's going to have to happen.
Okay, I have one question though. In this, it says the inadequacy
of the proposed access. Does that mean the proposed access to the subdivision road, which is Orchard?
Access to the subdivision, which would be Orchard Road.
Well, no,
No.
I think it includes the ways adjacent to or providing access to the subdivision.
Right.
Which would be Old Worcester.
Correct. And if this is gonna be great big mounds here and everything, and you've got a little, not a little, a big street going in there, what's your sight line coming out and going in?
Well, that's what Jennifer gave you in the site plan review.
Not on this though, not on this.
What do you mean,
Not on the
Hers
subdivision.
was based on all these curb cuts
Oh, I see
through
what
L
you're saying.
Turner.
I'm
And
saying this is a bad, they're creating a bad thing to go in and come out.
I don't know yet.
And turning right, there's a corner right there, so as you turn right, nobody's gonna see you come out of that road at all. Right where I stood where this proposed subdivision road is gonna be. You cannot even see around that corner. It's, and correct me if I'm wrong, it's like a it's like a.
Excuse me, Madam Chair.
Everybody. Thank you.
Let us, just,
We're talking up here,
let us.
Madam Chair, can I
and
ask
it's getting late,
a question?
if we can't tell. So can he talk?
Let us talk and then
Yeah, we'll ask you later.
Okay, you just said correct you if you were wrong, and I was
Okay,
going to point something out to you.
I never mean that.
Before you go too far down this road, I just want to tell you that I didn't mention this in the ground rules. To approve this subdivision, it's going to take a 3-0 vote.
Exactly.
A 2-1 vote will be a denial. It is not the people present tonight that count. It's
Right.
the 5-member board. They have to have a majority of the 5-member board, even though you've got 2 recusals, which is why we asked Attorney Rosen if he wanted to go forward.
Right.
And so a 2-1 vote will be a denial. I just want you to understand the rules. Will be a denial.
2 say yes and 1 says no, it's a no.
2 says yes and 1 says no, it's a no.
Okay.
Now,
So on page 8, there's engineering work that was done on the sightlines to and from the road. This was reviewed by our engineer and approved by our engineer. They meet with
But not a
the-
traffic engineer.
But not a traffic engineer. But.
No, this is a linear measurement, that's all.
It's just a measurement.
So they're saying 280 feet in either direction.
So the way you calculate sight distance is you take the speed of the 85th percentile car. The traffic engineers will actually follow the cars to measure the, because most people go faster than the speed limit. Then the
Exactly.
stopping distance is going to be longer. And then they take that and then they add in the grade as a factor. And then there's a calculation under AASHTO standards for stopping distance.
Bill, do we have traffic engineering on the subdivision, or it was just on a previous plan?
We don't
Not
know.
in the subdivision.
So, I stood on the road, not even on the Orchard property, on the road, obviously, and I could not see around that bin, and I was standing right where the road would be. With my own eyes. Not an engineer, but I did have my glasses on so I could actually see it too, so.
Actually, they're saying you have 280 feet. It's a site plan.
She didn't even look at this community impact study, but that's, if we knew the actual use, the community impact study would find out.
The use is an orchard. And that's not all we can go by there.
Right.
We know it's not true. We know what this is, but.
The drainage on 5.3, I still have questions on the drainage.
Mike says it's okay. I see.
But
where
Mike,
you're
but
going.
remember that,
I do.
remember that the the basins in the front of the property were missed, okay?
Originally,
So,
yeah.
Originally,
Yeah, yeah.
and there were 9,
So are you saying
and,
that?
I question the accuracy of everything when
Okay.
2 engineers missed.
So do we need to find a new town engineer? Is that?
I don't know if we
Sure.
need to find, maybe, I don't know if that is the truth or not, but, it alarms me because we're all laymen and we expect, you know, accuracy, and when things have to be modified so many times,
I agree, I agree.
when new things are coming,
I mean, we just went through 10 revisions, back and forth and back and forth.
And
But
many
part
of
of that
the-
is because our peer review says one thing and then they counter it with
But also
something
remember,
else.
a lot of these things were found by butters. So a lot of things would have never been, I don't think maybe that they would have never found those.
They've done
The
a great
basins.
job.
They might have not found that. They might have not even, if an abutter didn't come up and say, hey, you know, there's like big holes in the road in front of your house and water drains in front of the property and water drains down, and everybody's like, oh, maybe we physically should go on the property and look.
If we get our stipend increase, we can
We
give it back to
have,
the
we have
townspeople.
great tenacious
Right.
citizens.
If we get our stipend
Already,
increased,
I'm sure that we do.
we
do.
may have to give them back to the townspeople
And I
for
commend
their
them for the effort they
services,
put
so,
in.
thank you guys.
Unfortunately, none of them are hired professionals by the town
Right.
as
There-
experts.
We do have one of them, a professional engineer.
But not an expert.
And
for
not
the-
in a butter
the-
either.
the- So I agree. I know what you're saying,
Right.
and I wish I could find a reason that was.
So do I.
That we could hold up and take to court but
So,
the stipulations and the regulations and trying to be pragmatic here.
and still on the 8.4, I get what everybody said, I feel that any natural resources, everything has been kind of ignored. It is what, kind of deal with it because it's a subdivision, but
And once again, our environmental consultant doesn't have a problem with it, Todd. So our professional expert says it's okay. Whether it is good or not, that's all we can go by.
I don't see any trees tagged. Do we see trees tagged? How many trees and stone walls are in the pictures? Remember, when you review something, you only see what's there, and what's not in the picture is what you don't see.
Should we do a site review? Should we do a walkthrough?
I think we're gonna need to. Right now? No, no.
Too cold.
We have a flashlight.
Yeah, so,
So we also have the reserve strip issue too, which, when that first came in, I think on the plans, all you could say was like, what the heck is this? And then I thought back to the plan we made them modify, because we weren't, you know,
because at that point, it wasn't a subdivision, it was an A&R.
like, we're not allowing wonky plans.
Oh, for that. You're right. Yeah. Is that enough legal ground to stand on? No, and once again, this has to be defended in court by you.
Yeah, that's right, I am the attorney.
This will be a straightforward legal interpretation by the judge. If you look at the plan, it has to prohibit access to streets or adjoining property. And they left themselves 15 feet to get to Old Worcester. So, yes, it prohibits access to the street along the reserve strip, but it doesn't prohibit access to the street at the end of the reserve.
I'd like a land court judge to look at it. I'd like a use to truly be defined and not purpose. And I'd like a legal entity to be printed on the plan.
So,
Those are my things.
A little what to be printed?
The legal entity name to be printed on the plan, so it,
I think that's contrary to case law.
So,
They
once
don't
again,
have to tell you what they're gonna do. The case I gave you, the Broken Stone case, they baited and switched there. They said it's gonna be an office, and at the end of the day, it ended up something completely different. It's the land shown on the plan, not the use of the land that's frozen under this law.
But still, we get plans all the time and they actually state the use on them.
Nobody else is trying to use this process in order to freeze old zoning. It happens very rarely. It's only, you're only gonna get a plan like this when somebody's looking to freeze old zoning. That's all this is about.
So even though the subdivision plans that we get to freeze zonings, they could always change their mind and not do solar and do something else.
But we can base our decision off of the
But
honest.
we did honest in the integrity of the building. You're right.
You can only base your decision on the rules and regulations. You have to tell the judge that this failed to comply with provision X, Y, Z, and for that reason, we deny it.
Well, I'm saying that it doesn't comply with 5.2.4.3, it doesn't comply with, the 3.2.5 because the purpose of the plan has not been clearly stated. I'm saying it does not comply with 5.3, which is stormwater drainage. I'm saying it doesn't comply with 8.4 because they didn't take the steps necessary to protect natural features. And 4.1.1I, the reserve strips, because I don't know what the heck those are for. So that's me. And I'm ready to vote. We have.
Do you have the engineering reports to back those up? If you've got the engineering reports to back those out, I'll go along with you. That's just the problem, is we hire experts, and trust me, I hate this plan. I hate the subdivision regulations that allow this to go through, but I'm trying to be pragmatic here and look at the regulations and look at the guidance that we've had from council. And I agree, we may be deficient in the engineering that has gone into this or that's gone into this, but that's the engineer that we've used, that's the engineer we've always used. To change that for a reason, it would be difficult.
I hear your opinion, and I respect your opinion. I'm interpreting our regs based on my research.
But you've got to have an expert that'll agree with you, otherwise, if you get up there and say, it doesn't meet this engineering rec, and Mike gets up there and says, I think it does, and I'm the one that they hired to review it, who are they gonna believe?
When I'm up there defending this case, I
The
will.
tenacity of the.
I will. I'll accept the judge's decision, and with a smile. Okay. We ready to vote?
It would be appropriate for discussion purposes and voting to make a motion to approve it. See how many, I mean, obviously, it's more appropriate to see if you get the requisite 3 votes, and then if you don't get 3 votes, then it's no. You don't need to make another motion.
I understand that the matter of principle, and you don't like the plan.
There's nothing to do with me not liking the plan. I truly believe it does not comply with all of our regulations. So maybe I can't make a motion.
I make a motion, we approve the plan.
Do we have a second? All in
So,
favor?
well, let's,
Discussion.
I think we can discuss it a little bit. If we disapprove it, what are the regulations and the reasons that we disapprove?
I did name them all. I believe that.
Seriously?
This guy's just So, and what is the engineering to back that up?
The board may disapprove
That's right. Yeah.
The board may disapprove a plan where it deems that that dangerous traffic conditions may result due to inadequacy of the proposed access or of the proposed ways within the subdivision. And
And I'm saying
So-
inaccuracy of the proposed access.
Then what we need to see is a traffic report that
there is
supports
no
that.
traffic report.
And there's none to look at.
So
if it-
no
if
traffic
it's-
report, no traffic report was
There
submitted
is-
by the
there-
applicant.
No, there is no traffic
To
report.
back up the, okay.
And I'm saying, as a board member and a resident, I say the road's dangerous. There is no traffic support to debate it either way. So I say access, I say,
So can they use a previous traffic report on that same road?
we can't
to-
say that it's.
No, because we're
Two different
questioning.
No, I'm just not.
Only what's been submitted into the record as well as
For the subdivision. So there is no traffic
no
plan.
traffic.
There is no traffic report, and
It's the opinion of the board that,
But make no mistake about it, if it's denied for traffic, regardless of whether there's a traffic report here, there will be expert traffic testimony.
Oh, it's not
at the
actually
trial.
traffic?
Yeah, traffic isn't a relevant feature of
It's the
subdivision.
inaccuracy.
It's adequacy.
The inadequacy of the
Adequacy
proposed access.
access.
In other words, the adequacy comes first, and then you apply, then you ask about the traffic and whether it can
Okay.
make it go.
Okay.
It's not the traffic. You
Oh,
can't
it's the
deny a
access.
subdivision if it generates
No,
too much
right.
traffic.
the proposed,
so you're gonna need to find an expert that agrees that the road is adequate.
there's,
The proposed access is not.
Proposed, so you're gonna have to find an expert that
Yep.
agrees with that. Is it, am I right?
Yes.
We will need to find an expert that says
so
that proposed
we'll have to
access.
pay an expert to prove that the access, I mean, I'm just saying,
We'll
at
put
this
it
point,
in.
right, at this point, we'll put in RFP in.
Yeah.
At this point, without anything else, I believe that the road is inadequate. And that's me as a board
I want you to understand the drainage.
I believe that the use is not clearly stated on the plan. We can 3.2.5, we can debate it, but I'm saying as a board member, I'm saying that I don't believe, according to our regs, that they clearly stated the purpose.
Okay.
On,
They did say that they weren't, I mean, this is all we can go by. I'm looking at it legally and, you know, I know it's not true. You know it's not true. But legally, they said they're not changing the use of that land, which is their right, and I'm not sure.
yeah, but right now on the plan, it says it's to freeze. And I think that,
Has a subdivision ever been, denial ever been upheld because of
No.
use
No,
of?
it's not. I mean, not in the reported case.
Sure.
The
I mean, have
purpose
you-
of the plan is clear to everybody. It's to gain a free.
I think freeze is a strategy and not a purpose. And, I mean, do you see lots of plans that say that they're just there, and they actually
it's-
say we're doing it just for the freeze?
But it's a legal way of doing it. It's been approved by the legislature to, that's why it's in the regulations.
The
Once again,
purpose of the plan.
I don't like it.
Okay.
And I don't like it, and
I don't like it, and I don't think it complies. So the section 5.3, I think there's tons of drainage issues. I think our engineers caught some of them, and
Good.
there is so much going on. And if we gave it another couple weeks, we'd probably have another whole sheet of things if we started looking. I think that there's tons of things out there, and I think that it's dangerous to approve something to hurt other people's properties. Again, every time we look again, there's something else, and I'm very uncomfortable. I think it does not comply.
we'll need to find an engineer that will state that.
Okay. And I don't think, on section 8.4, I don't think they shall take all steps feasible to protect the natural features of subdivisions such as large trees. Todd's very good at what he does, I don't see these things on the plans. I think that it was ignored, and,
Well, I want to remind you that that's not a design standard. I pointed you to the design standard in
okay,
section 4.
I'm sorry, 4.5, that's
Is
section
that what it is?
4.5, I'm sorry.
So it's going to look
I should say that. Might also add in the legal entity. I really like ink to be printed on the plans, so I'm assuming if it gets overturned, then we want to add that back. We want to add that back in. And on 4.1.1I, the reserve strips, that just is. Those are my problems.
And I have problems there too. I'm just not sure that legally they're defendable. You know, I think that they're, with the strip, it's ugly, but we don't have any regulation against it. And that's the problem, is the regulations that are in our subdivision plan are what we need to go by. And if there's a regulation that says.
The regulation says reserve strips prohibiting access to streets or
Prohibiting access to the
adjoining
road, but that road isn't
property
prohibited. There is a
shall
50
not
that-
be
yep.
permitted except where, in the opinion of the board,
Okay.
such strips shall be in the public interest.
But it isn't prohibiting access to Old Worcester Road. They can still access Old Worcester Road from that lot,
Yeah, but all the way.
but not all the way. But
So-
we've never, but there's a lot of lots that have maybe not as exaggerated as that.
Okay, so let
Okay.
the judge look and do his judgy magic, fix it for us, and tell us what's wrong.
Okay. We have a motion and a second to approve it.
All in favor?
Once again, like I said, unfortunately, the guidelines that we have in our subdivision regulations and the experts that we've hired to review this plan at this point say that they meet all our requirements. I don't like it. I don't like the plan, but I wish I could find a legal standing or a reason to push back on and be able to fight it in court and have a chance of winning.
I think access is a very good legal reason.
Access is a good reason, but we don't have an expert that says that there's a problem.
Isn't the Beal case based on access?
The Avon case?
Was it Tina? Beal versus.
It's South Shore somewhere, I don't remember if it was access.
So that was,
I think it was access based on use.
It was access based on use. So it was access to a commercial property through a non-commercial
Right.
lot,
Prohibited under zoning.
which is prohibited under zoning.
So I guess this
That's-
is a non-commercial property and going through a residential.
It's
It isn't,
not,
it is a non-commercial property, we've determined that.
you're saying it is a commercial property, that's what you're
It's a
saying.
non-residential
It's a
property,
non-residential property.
Which is the only option that we have is commercial, so non-residential.
But-
Going through a residential.
What they've said
neighborhood.
is it's not changing use, so it's whatever use that property is now, that's accessed from that area anyways. So, once again, I want something to grab onto here.
I'm ready for a vote, so it's 10:56, way past.
That's good. I don't like it, but I don't see anything within our regulations that would allow us to deny it, so I'd vote to approve.
No.
Okay, we're done.
Was the vote two noes and one yes?
Yes.
So you need to post that meeting unless you want to just, I was getting ready to go.
You guys should just be quiet as you read, please.
I'm not going to give a I can't be. The ward.
Next Thursday? You guys want to review this? Or do you just want the, you just want to mail it out and review it, do like an online thing?
Yeah, that's fine. I'd like to see it.
Keep it down, please, we still have a meeting going on. It's the 14th.
The town clerk's office contacts the post meeting for Tuesday. And now and you can all, if you authorize passing the sign on behalf of the board, I only need one signature.
So, I mean, we can authorize Bessie to sign it. We have it right now.
Everybody can get a copy by email, and then we make changes from Mark or Jane.
So I'd like to make a motion for Patsy to be able to sign on behalf of the board.
Second.
All in favor?
But we would like to see it.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'll have it.
So,
No,
I just
so we have an extension to the.
Re-signing of the host agreement with the approval of the site plan. This is all the West Coast pattern. Re-signing of the host agreement without a site plan review is the next step. Not as crazy as everybody. No, let's adjourn our meeting. I make a motion to adjourn. Second. We have to wait until-
Do we have everything that we need?
Yeah.
Second the motion?
You got that, Drew? Yep.
Everyone, right? Yeah.
That's why I look at it too.
Hello, sir. How are you?
Okay, rest now.
The way the law works. I don't like it, you like it, that's the way it works.
All right, so can we, do we have additional board questions, comments?
It's on.
None coming.
Okay. John?
Yep.
You have questions? You're next.
I'm John Smith, I'm the problem. You told it already. I have no comments.
Okay.
I will save my comments when I go over there and speak. As I can, right?
You're a member of this board, you can speak. No one's holding you back.
No, it's fine. I'll save my comments for later.
Okay, so, if we could.
To subdivision.
Can we do subdivision only questions? So the
Questions.
long drawn out comments, so,
We'll
if
have
you do
3
have
minutes.
comments and you wanna make them, turn them into a question. Okay, Kristen.
I have a question regarding the lot shape.
State your name and.
I'm sorry, Kristen Costigian, 88 Carroll Hill Road. The plan was relatively recently modified in like the 8th or 9th revision to make the larger lot have this weird arm that comes around the other lot so that it looks kind of like a giant pork chop. And I want to know, has this board ever approved a lot of that with that 5-foot weird strip hanging off of it? Have you ever done anything with a narrow 5-foot strip hanging off of it like that?
I can answer that with no. We turn down wonky looking lots all the time because we like to.
So that's within your purview to say we don't like that shape, that's what we do here?
It would be a factor that you would regulate in your zoning. And some towns do have a lot shape regulation. Bill, do you have a copy of the zoning bylaw with you?
Yes, there's not a lot.
There is?
This is the specific question Mr. Meskis was asked, and he opined that.
Thanks, Bill. Like if you go online and you Google Concord, where I live, there is a lot shape regulation, and it talks about how certain parts of weirdly shaped lots would not count for area.
So the ZEO did comment on this, and he did not find any regulation that would prevent that. Is that what I understand?
Correct, yes, thank you.
All right, can I ask my next question then? You don't have to, that's
Okay.
good enough. So my next question is, under the subdivision of land, section 4, on, what would it be, A, or actually, I'm sorry, it's D. So section 4D, under width, it says that we have 4 kinds of subdivisions. We have open residence, dense residence, business, and industrial. Now, VGG's been telling us all along that this is a non-residential subdivision. That makes it a business or an industrial one. That's all that's left. We don't have agricultural subdivisions. It's D1 with, and then the first section there where it says the board will give due regard to the character of different subdivisions, whether open residence, dense residence, business, or industrial. We have 4 types, that's it. So you gotta pick one. Right? It's not residential, so it's either business or industrial, which
that
is
your
not
question?
the current use. Yeah, I'm just asking, which of the 4 are they picking?
Okay, that's your question and
Thank
your
you.
time's up.
Yep.
See the numbering that
Yeah.
you're in section 4, but it jumps to 4.1 something.
No, I'm in 210, section 4, and then D, width. Yeah, this is Charlton subdivision, right? This-
Same one, but I'm not, it needs, on mine,
Yes.
it needs to go to a number. 4.1, 4.2, 4.3.
Oh, I'm sorry, 4.1,
Uh-huh.
and then
4.1.4.
D1, sorry.
Oh, I see. So it's 4.1.4.
Okay.
Yeah, there's no numbers, it just, she's giving the numbers.
So the question is, it's determined that it's non-residential.
Yeah.
So would it either be commercial or industrial? That's
I don't know that the subdivision control law distinguishes between those types of non-residential. The only technical requirement that I'm aware of with a non-residential subdivision, in addition to the bigger roads that the book may require, is that a non-residential subdivision always must submit a preliminary plan. You can't get out of it. If you're a residential subdivision, you go straight to a definitive. And that's the only distinction I'm aware of in the law. Now, you would always require roads in an industrial subdivision to have a different character than they would on a residential lane. But that's a matter of local choice, not statutory choice.
Could you restate the last part of that sentence? You said that's a matter of some.
Local choice.
Local choice.
The engineering standards are always locally created. There's no state law that says the road has to be so wide and the pavement has to be so wide. That's all local choice. Typically, a planning board will work with their engineer to draft these standards. And they may change from time to time because things change. Normally, subdivision control is fool me once, fool me twice. So if it didn't work the first time, you amend the regs so it never happens again. That's the way that this book works, at least, in a town that keeps track of it.
Robert Russell, Old Worcester Road. I have a follow-up question to Kristen's question about the pork chop. Has anyone on the board seen the ZEO ruling on whether that 5-foot strip of land, what it is, what it does, why it's acceptable?
We haven't heard anything from.
Well, you
So,
said that.
Did Kurt?
I don't have it with me today, but
I did.
I did ask him.
I have it on an email if you would like to read it.
You can read it, I will.
Bill, in response to your query about item 7 in the peer review letter dated February 1, 2019, from Graves Engineering, the proposed lot has approximately 183 feet of frontage on Orchard Lane. This is more than the required 175 feet needed in the A zone the lot is located in. Mike Andrade is correct. The property boundary parallel to Old Worcester Road is separated from that way by 5 feet of land contiguous to another lot, and therefore that area would not be considered frontage for the purpose of a buildable lot. Kurt Meskis, Town of Charlton, Building Commissioner.
So remember, to get the benefits of the freeze, they have to submit a subdivision. And that means 2 lots. And one of them has to have frontage on a newly created road, and the other one can have frontage on the existing road. And I assume that's the purpose.
So to get around the zoning, they decided to put up a strip all
No,
the way
to
around.
comply with the subdivision control law.
I mean, doesn't the 5 feet kind of, we usually don't like little pieces, somebody could dump there, kind of, it goes wonky
Who owns
lot.
that 5-foot piece?
Whatever the lot is
Yeah,
connected to.
lot
Yeah, eh?
Lot A.
Yeah.
Lot A, okay. It's connected to
See, if he put Lot B on Old Worcester Road, he wouldn't have a subdivision.
Then you have to do the A&R.
This is all about the freeze. That's
Oh, of
all
course
it
it
is.
is.
This is all about the freeze. There's no purpose to that 5 feet other than to meet the standards for the freeze.
Otherwise, it'd be an elaborate shared driveway.
Right.
Madam Chairman, Gerard Russell, 63 Old Worcester Road. Going back to the drainage issue, section 5.3.4, quote, provision for the adequate disposal of surface water intercepted or collected by catch basins shall be made in such manner that no flow will be conducted over town ways or over the land of others unless an easement in proper form is obtained permitting such drainage. I'm going to refer to your book, Mr. Bobrowski. In the Handbook of Massachusetts Land Use and Planning Law, 3rd edition by Mark Bobrowski, Chapter 17.02, Drainage, Mr. Bobrowski writes, drainage, quote, drainage is frequently an issue in subdivision review. Mass General Law, Chapter 41, Section 81M, states that planning boards may supervise the construction of ways and installation of municipal services. The statute delegates power to the board to secure, quote, adequate provision for drainage and other requirements where necessary in a subdivision, end quote. Mr. Bobrowski added, quote, the planning board itself has the authority to disapprove a plan for reasons pertaining to drainage, provided that reasonable regulations are in place authorizing such review. Continuing in the textbook, quote, the appeals court has held that a planning board may consider, through appropriate regulations, the off-site drainage impacts of a subdivision. The rationale of the case North Landis suggests that the board has authority to order improvements to such off-site facilities to the extent required for public health and safety, end quote. So in the Valley Green Grove subdivision, current town drainage systems discharge to private property without the necessary and legal easements to access private property for maintenance. Town drainage cannot be upgraded without easements and environmental assessments. The town cannot issue permits for work on private property without easements. Those are my words, not Mr. Borowski's words. So going back to the rules and regulations for subdivision in Charlton, drainage system 5.3.1 under section F, create no adverse downstream effects. That would seem to be, but I'm sure you'll correct me, Mr. Borowski, that that would give the planning board the proper authority to regulate this.
I won't speak to the technical issue about the functionality of the drainage, and I'll leave it to Mr. Rosen, because that's a Mike Andrade issue. And I'll leave it to Mr. Rosen to address the question of the easement.
So, 2 things. With regard to the easement, two things, and then with regard to Mr. Andre's comment, a third. We are draining back onto our own property. We are not draining onto somebody else's property. To the extent that catch basins that the town built in the road, in the shoulder of the road, on town-owned property, not on the pervious surface, but in impervious, to the extent that impervious, not impervious, to the extent that it has been catching water and draining it, it's been doing it for an extended period of time. I believe 2 meetings ago, when we talked about the length of time, Mr. Russell acknowledged that it was well in excess of 20 years. So the 2 points are, number one, we are not draining it onto someone else's property or even onto town property. We're changing the flow within our own site for natural surface water flow that already exists. And number two, to the extent an easement is necessary, an easement exists by prescription. It's been open, notorious, adverse, and existed for more than 20 years. With respect to the issues that are to be protected under the bylaw, they talk about off-site drainage impacts and create no adverse downstream effects. Mr. Graves in his, Mr. Andre in the Graves correspondence has stated as much, and in fact went out to address the specific issue about Mr. Moore's property and Mr. and Mrs. Russell's property, and reaffirmed that conclusion based on a site review, a site visit, and an analysis of the drainage and the impacts of the drainage.
I'm going to ask a follow-up to that.
No, wait. You've already asked a couple questions. No? Yes.
I didn't ask any. No?
Okay.
Noreen Johnson, Smith Dresser Hill Road. For Mr. Bobrowski, to that point, is the Board of Health has authority to regulate drainage and impacts to adjacent properties and to prevent storm runoff and anticipate other hazards that might occur in the area. Does that necessitate that the board review the engineering plans and weigh in on that as a part of this process?
That is part of the statutory scheme. The law says that when the plan is submitted, the Board of Health has 45 days to make recommendations to the planning board. And they're really, the planning board is not free to disregard those recommendations. If for example, the planning board said, A-OK, green light, go ahead, but the Board of Health said, whoa, you can't do that, then Mr. Rosen would have to file a lawsuit. He'd have to name the planning board, but it would really be against the Board of Health. So they do have the power to do that. I don't know if the Board of Health has drainage regulations per se, but they have plenary jurisdiction over drainage, according to several subdivision cases. But they have to make a written recommendation in writing within 45 days, with extension as possible.
Within 45 days of?
The submittal of the original plan.
To the Board of Health or to the town?
When the plan comes in, it's given to the planning board and copies are sent to the Board of Health. That's statutory requirement.
Did the Board of Health review that plan previously within that 45?
Only briefly and only at the last meeting, which was Tuesday, February 26th.
But the health agent has.
The health agent has been aware and was given, actually I have something here from Meridian Associates regarding a lot of technical calculations about some of the stormwater runoff and so forth. I think what Mr. Russell's, and this is speculation on my part, he can affirm this, but the issues that Mr. Russell, I think, was bringing up to our board was some of the potential E. coli and so forth that from water that is stagnant for a long time and could potentially migrate onto his property. And that it's difficult to say. Again, you know, we as a board said we're not engineers. You know, we can speculate, but we were given some information and discussed it briefly at our meeting last week.
Brett Moore, 15 Hammerlock Road.
I have two of these memos from Graves Engineering, one January 14th and one March 6th. And in both of them, Mr. Andre talks about, stated earlier in the letter, the engineer's calculations. I'm assuming he's talking about Mr. Novak's calculations. Is that true? And
What paragraph? What paragraph and which letter, please?
The last paragraph, the ones from Graves Engineering. So the ones that we're all been referring
What
to.
number?
What's the date?
The newest.
March 6th, he just
Okay.
pasted and copied.
So-
So it'd be section, the last page, page 5, under B, in the last paragraph of letter B. Yeah.
What,
On the January 14th one, and on the March 6th one, it's,
So you're looking at 13B?
what number?
Well, it's 13B. The writer, Mr. Novak, Beth, is that?
13,
13B.
13B, last paragraph.
and then it would be right here, same thing. Same thing on the new letter. So this is the one from January 14th, this is the one from March 6th. So it's, on the March 6th one, it's page 5.
It's discussed earlier in the letter?
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
It's,
This is one I'm at right here.
Yeah, I got
Oh, you found it? Okay, so really, I was just curious about those calculations. Were those the calculations that we did kind of together that day, just walking in the property? Or were there volume tests or anything like that?
I can try to shed a little light on this. Again, these are Mr. Andre's words, not mine.
No, but he did.
If you recall, I think the calculations that Mr. Moore is referring to is, there are two things. One, there's the calculations that are associated with the subdivision design. Those are my calculations. That has to do with the runoff from the disturbed area. If everyone will recall, Mr. Andre provided a sketch showing the other two sources of water that was contributed to the pond. I don't necessarily think he did any calculations, more of like a third and a third and a third was mentioned. Where only a third of that, and where not, in his last couple of sentences, he says, more importantly, the total rate of runoff. Calculations show the volume is only marginally reduced. So I think that is the differentiation that we're looking for in terms of, I hope, explaining.
And that's what so it wasn't like, when I think of calculations coming from an engineer, I think of the slide rule and a calculator, those kinds of calculations. And this, I'll just bring this up real quick. This is that map you're talking about?
Correct.
I think we all remember
Yeah.
this. So we had some calculations done. And this thing here is over here, just for point of reference. And I guess this is his detailed map. But the dye test showed that the amount of water through each of these little things is way off. It's not a third, a third, and a third. In fact, this one here that I said is in the wrong place actually drains to the other side of my property. There's actually a culvert in there that we didn't find that day, up behind 13 Hammer Rock Road, that somebody dug and filled with rock and just made their own, the way we do it in Charlton. And that wasn't addressed at all. But with the testing, it was figured out how this works. And dye packs are cheap. And I don't know. And it was also figured out that just about most of the water comes through the first pipe that comes off Mr. Russell's property. And we didn't do it because it cost too much money, but they said if you ran a snake down it, it looks like all those pipes in front of Mr. Russell's house and the guy up a couple streets, all those pipes are hooked together.
So
I'm really disappointed in Mr. Graves because what he did is he walked through my yard and guesstimated.
So you're asking if calculations were done
Or if it was a walk through my yard, is that the
Yes.
calculation? And I thought for sure the word calculation in my brain is a slide rule and a calculator.
Okay, one moment.
We did calculations for what came off our property. I think Mr. Andre's conclusion was what was coming through other pipes wasn't going to change based on what we did. So he made an assumption, right or wrong, professional or unprofessional, that no matter what we did on our property, we weren't changing the other two of the three sources. So he relied on Mike's calculations, which were calculations for what was coming off of Charlton Orchards, and determined that based on the drainage calculations done for the subdivision plan, there would be a nominal decrease in the amount of flow off of the property. And he held the other two constant. Again, don't know if it's right, don't know if it's wrong, but those other two are not impacted by this subdivision plan in our project.
And I'll just finish up.
Your time is up, I'm sorry.
Oh, really?
Yes. You're way over.
Why did he get to cut taking my time?
Because he was answering your question.
Well, my question.
We need to move on, please.
Can I just indicate, to clean up a discussion we had before, that 337 is mandatory review by the Board of Health, does track the statute 45 days after the plan is filed. The Board of Health has the duty to respond. Obviously, they cover drainage. Mostly boards of health in a town that doesn't have sewers talk about wastewater possibilities, septic system possibilities. But that's in the statute. And it's in your book, too.
Madam Chair, may I approach, because I have a little video to show you regarding what pump systems look like and when they're going to, when this is scheduled.
This might be our only engineer's review.
So
They can always get an extension. Or they can always get a new plan, so you get that.
Okay, so my name is Ed Crossling. I live at 47 Hanson Road. I'm an engineer, and I wanted to bring this to your attention because there are a number of things on this plan that are disturbing. Okay? And I realize that we have a lot of experts, and I'm shocked at what is going on. Okay, so just so happens I'm currently managing a project in the city of Worcester where we do have dewatering. It's a pump station, 60 feet deep, it's 60 by 60. This is what it looks like with the water coming off of it.
Can you pull it up a little more?
Okay. This is the water coming off of our project. So it's like a raging stream. This is the pump. It's a 12-inch line coming in and gets diffused in a stream bed. So you can see what the volume is. And this is for a 60 by 60 project. The project that's before you is the dewatering that's going to be required is for a football field. Okay, so that's one video. This is what it sounds like and looks like with the pump. This is a frac tank that's on the site. When the water comes in first, to get treated before it actually gets dumped out into the stream. So you can see how much water is coming out of this, what it sounds like. That's actually the site. So it's relatively small compared to what you guys are doing. So when you actually go to a picture, for example. So this project right now is calling for a number of things. Mr. Rosen indicated that they're not dumping water off of their property, well, onto someone else's direct property, which is true. They're basically dumping their water onto the public right-of-way. And if you actually look at the plans, you'll see that they have a plunge pool and riprap to slow down the water and to protect for erosion. But the minute that it goes into the public right-of-way, there isn't any of those protections. So what's going to happen is all that water is going to come down, just like you saw in the stream picture there. It's going to go down, it's going to cause an erosion control problem. It's going to go into the swale. If you look at, this is a picture from the other day after the snowstorm. As you can see, there is no swale. So where's all this water that's getting pumped out of this system going to go? The other big issue here is that if you look at these plans, they've done calculations, but are they really accurate? And I would clearly say they're not, because they have 560 feet of perimeter drain at the base of this hill, branch that's designed to take the water off of the slope. There's number of problems with that, but first order of business is obviously French drains are for groundwater systems that pick up the ground. So that's gonna be running continuously. It's not gonna be able to accept the water that's coming off the slope. The slope is a 3-to-1 slope. There's a 90-foot or 92-foot elevation drop, which means that the slope itself has to be 3-to-1, 270 feet. So that's taking a football field, putting it outside 3-to-1, and having all the water come off of that, supposedly getting it picked up in a French drain. I'm not really sure why our expert has not picked up on the fact that, number one, when you're dealing with slopes, 3-to-1 slopes in particular, you're not supposed to let the water run for further than 100 feet, because conventional engineering standards state that after 100 feet, that water is going to want to come together and it's going to actually point load and cause a problem. Typically, what you see for this kind of construction, like at a landfill, is you see surface swells, not a perimeter drain at the bottom. So there's going to be a serious water problem. I mean, the applicant has proposed using check dams, and on a piece of paper they look great. They're all level, they're all perfect at same elevation, but we all know in the field that that really doesn't happen. They're going to be up and down a little, they're going to undulate. And what water does is it seeks its own level. It's going to hit those check dams, it's going to want to move side to side, and then by the time it comes down that hill, it's going to be roaring and causing a problem. So that's a really, really poor design. I have a picture of the landfill that I managed years ago, and as you can see the magnitude of the slopes is what you're going to be looking at here, although this was a 70-foot elevation drop right here, okay, and you're going to be 20 feet more than this, and you can see that what was the DEP made the city do here, okay? We have these massive slopes, swales here that catch the water for the 40-foot, divisions between the slope coming down. That carries it to a downsheet and brings it all the way down, and it gets dissipated into a wetland. You can see the massive size of that. All along the, three different slopes from the top coming down. What you guys are proposing is a steeper slope than this, longer, and you have no surface swells. Now, again, if you read any engineering book, it says you deal with groundwater with French drains, and you deal with surface water with surface swells. There are no ones. Okay? So, as far as the drainage is concerned, that's a problem. There's a problem with discharging. I think your pump is supposed to discharge 400 gallons a minute. Is that correct? Is that what it says?
I'm not sure. I'll check.
So if you think about it, groundwater going into a system that's not going to really detain it because it's going to be constantly flowing. You have 2 catch basins with 24-inch RCP or concrete pipes or whatever, the plastic pipes going, from the road. You have this 9 acres of slope going into a French drain that's going to be full of groundwater, all going into an underground system that's constantly going to be running. So basically this pump, because it's a pump system, is going to be roaring out of it into the public right-of-way. It's going to be causing an erosion control problem. And if you look at the swale, that's a road swale. We all live in town here, they do their thing, they're low maintenance for the town, they're designed for the road and the water on the road. If you have all this water roaring into it from the subdivision, where's the road water going to go? That's a big problem. Number 2, you're kind of stuffing, 2 catch basins with 24-inch lines as well as 500 feet.
Is there a question in there?
Well, I'm just pointing out.
We don't have,
It goes to your expert.
we don't have our engineer,
So,
I'm sorry, but
so then I have a few other questions that I want to point out to Mr.
you are way over your time.
Well, these are.
I'm sorry, but you're way over your time.
My one thing is that I wasn't able to speak on the other items because, I wanted to just point out that, for example, you do have a regulation in the regs about the width of the road. This is not a residential subdivision.
What's the number of it?
It is 4.1.3. C, all streets serving an industrial commercial subdivision shall be minimum of 66 feet wide. That's what the right-of-way has to be.
That's the build. That doesn't consider, that section does not.
So what
they're
is,
telling us
what
it's
is the
only
width of
design
the,
standards, not.
The width of the road to the right-of-way in Old Worcester Road is only 50 feet.
That has no bearing on this at all. We were told that in
That's a
our.
public road. This is a build standard.
The design standards, not the
Okay,
current.
so then I also have one other thing to point out about the strip. You said it was a zoning issue, but it actually is in the regulations here, under your design standards, under,
Yeah, we've been through that before.
no, this is the strip, which is, it's 4.1.1I. It says reserved strips prohibiting access to streets or adjoining properties shall not be permitted except where, in the opinion of the board, such strips shall be in the public's best interest.
Again, that's under the design, doesn't apply.
4.1.1 I.
That's under the new thing.
The design standards. We
And-
need to modify that.
The last thing that I would just want to point out is that we have a bylaw in town for earthwork.
Yes, we do.
And
Yes.
it just doesn't meet that. It doesn't meet section I. Under section 6,
Okay.
item 2A. Thank you.
Additional questions?
Here, it's right here. It's a design standard.
That reserve strip, is that 30, that 5-foot thing all the way around?
Normally, a reserve strip would be in the back, although I don't see a limitation in the regulation, and it would be, you'd put a strip of land behind the back of my subdivision so that it couldn't go across to the adjacent land and you couldn't connect the two. This is definitely something which is preventing access from so-called Lot B to Old Worcester.
So this is a reserve strip, what they're doing?
There's no definition of reserve strip, but I don't think it's unreasonable to think that that's, given the wording of the paragraph, that that's what it is.
And that's an okay thing?
Is what?
Is that an okay thing?
It says reserve strips
No, it
prohibited.
says it has to be, it's prohibited unless the planning board determines that it's in the public interest.
Well, we don't define reserve strip. It's code publishing definition. It's not.
I think the question was sent.
Is that anyone anything or that? We're just talking about the reserve strips, we're not,
So may I point out something about the reserve strip?
just give us,
Give us a minute to check this out, please.
So by removing a reserve strip, water becomes a subdivision, becomes a really expensive project. Yep.
You're right.
So, I don't see what purpose that benefits the town of that having a reserve strip.
Okay, you want one yellow one? This one?
thank God we finally let you talk. All right, so, you see this one?
So what is the benefit to the town for that reserve strip?
I mean, the question that legally jumps out at me is that, you know, if they move this lot back up this way, instead of pointing it at 3 o'clock, they pointed it at 1, is what's left between the lot and the street a reserve strip? At that point.
They could
Yeah.
do that because of this.
That's a great.
Greater hill.
Well, it's just doing one of the lot. But if they were to point it this way, this, the area between us, not 5 feet, but 300 feet, would be a reserve. That's the only thing that comes to mind in terms of trying to defend.
Well, when you talk about reserve strips traditionally, and when I see them traditionally, it's to prevent a property from getting access to another road.
That's what I
So as you said, you have a street here, you build a subdivision here, and you don't want cars in the future to find a way to access out a different way.
Okay.
The road we're talking about is Old Worcester Road, and we're not prohibiting either of the lots from accessing Old Worcester Road. They can access directly over Orchard Lane to Old Worcester Road. The whole point is, we're actually directing them to exit that way, as opposed to restricting their ability to get to Old Worcester Road.
So this, I understand your point. The language is here is reserve strips prohibiting access to streets or adjoining properties shall not be permitted, except where you give them your permission. But, you know, the point is, I think council is making the point that they can get access to Old Worcester Road by using the cul-de-sac.
And I think if you want a public interest, you don't want a driveway between Orchard Lane and Alterna Drive. You want them using Orchard Lane to come out onto the street. You don't want a driveway in between Orchard Lane and Alterna Road from Lot B. You want them accessing Old Worcester Road through Orchard Lane. You want to preserve the site distances, which is why Orchard Lane was put where it was put, based on site distance review.
Yeah, but that's your opinion, what's in the public interest. I mean, what really matters is what our opinion is in the best public interest, so,
It also has access. It has 15 feet of access to Old Worcester Road, so it's actually not prohibited. It just doesn't have frontage, but it does have access.
do we have additional comments? Questions? No, only questions, I guess, for,
So, Madam Chairman, so I guess I would question if it's in the best interest of the town having this, they typically call that a spite strip. They usually put that strip in front of open space on subdivisions so that nobody eventually, if the open space is sold by the town or community, they can't develop it because they don't have frontage because it's a spite strip. In this particular case, I would question the fact that by doing this, okay, that it will affect the taxes that will be paid on that property because it won't have frontage, it won't be a corner lot, okay? And, why would the town entertain allowing people to do that so that they can skirt on the taxes? They should be paying their fair share like everybody else when you're on a corner lot.
thank you. I have a question.
Lot A would be paying taxes on that, though, wouldn't they?
Yeah, but is it in the public interest to allow people to do this on their lots?
A corner lot would pay.
Remember,
Good question.
we denied wonky lot structures, and we were trying to, we set a precedent, but not allowing people to have those weird lot lines that they fit more stuff in, or do.
So if I might add to my statement, it also is a problem because we're assuming that, these guys are doing this subdivision and it's them now. But suppose, things change and they sell the subdivision. Now the person buying that lot wouldn't have access. They wouldn't be able to do anything out the front of their property, let alone maintain that 5-foot strip. So that's another thing to be considered when you allow something like that.
Chris, did you have a question?
I do, actually. So when I look at the topographical map there, the elevation change is 92 feet from the roadway to the top of the part that they're talking about subdividing. And that's 9 stories. And in order to build that Little Orchard Way, they take a chunk out of it and build the road. And what I'm trying to say is that I don't believe there was any traffic analysis done at all on this one, right? That was completely all on the site plan, nothing on the subdivision. So my point is, when you're pulling out of Orchard Way, you're pulling out of this 9-story hill that has been, like a chunk has been taken out. Now you've got bankings on both sides of you, and that's where the driveways are actually shown on the map. And I don't think that anybody can prove that those puny little driveways actually afford any access to the buildable portions of those lots. And in the case of the subdivision control regulations, it clearly states that you have to be able to get to the buildable portion, meaning like the uplands, not the hill. You know, you're not going to build on this 3-to-1 slope. You're going to build on the uplands. And if we can't get vehicular access, that, I think, is a reason that you can say no. You can say, you know, we can't get fire engines and stuff up there. We can only get an ATV up there. And we're not going to do that. So what I'm trying to say is, I don't think, based on what they show on the plan, you can actually access with a vehicle the buildable portion of each lot from Orchard Way.
What reg is it?
Oh, I'm sorry. So, where is it? Yeah. So, yeah. Charlton's emergency. I gotta look it up. Sorry.
Additional question?
Did our conservation agent ever contact Mr. Russell or Mr. Moore and actually walk on their property? I saw on the handout you gave us tonight that he walked the subject property, but did he ever walk any of these other properties that we've been talking about?
I don't know, we did get, that's what you
What
say
you
what
read in
we
that
have.
handout is all we know. The heat turns off.
Like they said, it's maybe only about 12.
Ross is going on next.
Yeah, so I can give you the number now. I think it's 5243. Yeah, 5.2.4.3. It's really gonna really dig down. Is that it? Call it. I found it. Sorry. No.
We discussed that one earlier.
We discussed that one, right.
We discussed that one earlier.
Today?
Yes.
I think 5.2.4.5 you're talking about,
But
right?
I'm saying that you can't get a vehicle to the buildable portion of the lot based on what they have shown on the plan. You can't get a vehicle to the buildable upland portion of those 2 lots. So I'm saying that access
Wait a
by a
minute.
vehicle is illusory.
The lot we're talking about is Lot B?
Both of them. I'd say either one of them. In the case of the one, when you pull in and you go left, you're gonna drive on top of the retention tank. I mean, look at the picture. You can't build on top of the retention tank. So you have to drive over the retention tank.
1 minute.
Take a boat.
Talk to that. That's not Lot B. This is Lot B. That's not Lot, that's part of A. We're only looking at Lot B. That's the only thing we can look at.
No, you're looking at A and B. This is either.
A is the whole big thing.
Yeah, but they're part of the
Yeah, you guys are gonna have to speak louder. Guys, louder.
Yeah, we're just showing the
Pointing it out
access.
to me on the small
She's
drawing
showing
up
the
here.
access of the driveways where they're located on the plan, and how the driveways are located on the plan, and how they would feasibly get to the upland areas where the buildable lots would be.
I don't see a regulation that says that the driveways have to provide access to the full buildable uplands on the site. So I'm missing that provision. We haven't designed the driveways yet, and the driveway is the same as building roads. But obviously, we would have to come and get site plan review and show you how we're gonna build the driveways when we come to get approval to build on the properties. We have to have access to the property. It actually says access to the subdivision. It doesn't say access to the buildable uplands anywhere in the statute, in the regulation.
That's a stretch. There needs to be access to the buildable portion. See that from here,
Well, there are like 2 driveways on here.
We are actually verifying Kristen's comment. If
It's kind of common sense, you subdivide to develop land, and that every lot should be accessible, right? The buildable portion for emergency purposes.
That driveway doesn't have to zigzag up to get to the top of the hill. It's a curb cut, but it's not really grass. They could actually put a driveway.
Right. I understand.
Well, then, of the road, of the separation itself. What she's saying is if something was built up here, there's no access to it, so.
This is what else going to drop.
It's not a public way.
When the winery caught on fire, the fire trucks come up and they take care of it. It's private lot, but it's not in the regulations. It doesn't say that anywhere in the regs. It's buildable uplands have to be acceptable. And the fire chief signed off on it.
Present practical vehicular access to a lot is from an A&R case.
No.
The guardrails. There was an A&R case where they had frontage on an existing public way, and they came in and there was a guardrail. They couldn't get a car off the road. They said, we're gonna cut it later. And I said, no, you have to come in present practical vehicular access in order for that A&R to be served. That was an A&R case. So they would have to have you'd have to have a reg.
Like, we're gonna have to hire you to help update our bylaws. We'll be looking, RFP. I still say that. I still say this one more. So if I took it to the store. All right, do we have additional questions?
Madam Chair.
Man, it's 10 o'clock, I meant to get out of here by 9.
Nancy, sorry. Just as a follow-up from Kristen's question, Bill Borowski, 69 Haggerty. What was the final resolution to that?
So there doesn't appear to be any regulations in our subdivision plans that requires access to the buildable portion of the lot. That comes later they could always put in a driveway in some fashion that could get up there. But
It's not in the state regulation?
No. That language that I failed to remember the name of the case, but it is, it's Poulos.
It is common sense.
Poulos. In the case, it was an A&R case, not a subdivision case. You understand the difference? An A&R, there's existing frontage. The existing frontage had guardrails all the way along it, and when he came in for the A&R endorsement, they said, well, how can you get onto the property? And he said, well, I'm gonna cut it later. And they said no, and they denied it. And it went to the appeals court, and the appeals court established a standard of present practical vehicular access for lots in an A&R plan. There's a different premise at work in subdivision control. Subdivision control empowers them to adopt rules and regulations for subdivision. But if the book is void of a regulation, you can't pull it out of thin air.
Can I ask a follow-up to that?
Sure.
So the rule for this board to adopt new subdivision regulations is what?
Say it again.
How does this board adopt, how do they make changes to these
They take,
subdivisions?
what I always tell my towns to do is take notes when you're doing this.
No, but I'm just
And
saying,
then
is it town
you have a public
meeting?
hearing, no, it's public hearing, planning board public hearing, 2 weeks' notice, and then they can adopt it that
So
night.
they vote and they adopt it, no
It's
town.
nothing to do with town meeting.
Voila, you could change that instantly almost.
Well, you can't, but it wouldn't be retroactive, because
Right, I get it,
they
but
get
I'm
the
just
rules.
saying, they have the power.
Right, no, they
to
absolutely do.
modify.
Right. They absolutely do.
Just pointing that out, thank you. Just like the Board of Health, it's pretty good. We good? I have another question, am I allowed to go again? One more, sorry. So, you know, this standard in here about the adequacy of the adjacent way, that the way that serves the way that's gonna be built. The idea, I guess, is that whatever you're proposing to do, which in this case is a commercial subdivision, you know, the adjacent way serving it has to be adequate for the purpose that you're proposing. Why wouldn't you use the subdivision design standards in chapter 4, which say that the pavement width can't be any less than 28 feet wide? Why wouldn't you use that?
Because that's what we've been through that 3 times now this night.
Yeah, I don't understand though.
That's when they're building their roads on the subdivision. It has nothing to do with existing roads.
This says section 4.
Well, it's kind of, it's a little hybridized. You can, like I said, the first case was, and it's the Northlanders case that the gentleman alluded to. The only thing they had was you have to have adequate access on the road leading to the subdivision. In the subdivision, it's all about this book, right? There's nothing about to the subdivision, that's a public road. So that had to be an adequate road, and because it was so vague, the court almost ruled that it was not definitive enough to provide guidance, which is void for vagueness. So to avoid that, in the years since that case, when we write the rules and regulations, we say the road leading to the subdivision must have, and I can't remember all 4, but it's the pavement width, the site distance, the grade, and one other thing, as required in the book, right? In other words, if the road is a 12% grade and the book doesn't allow more than a 10, you got a problem, you need a waiver. The Northlanders subdivision was a huge subdivision in Falmouth near the Mashpee Rotary, and it was never built because old Sam Turner Road was a long way to fix, and they basically never got around to it or never could afford it. So that's the standard. If you're, my message to the board on either drainage or adequacy of the roadway is that if you're going to revisit this issue, A, drainage, you need Mike here. If it's adequacy of a roadway, you probably need Jennifer Conley to come back, because those are the people and the only people who will matter at a trial of this matter, and this is going to trial. If you were to deem the drainage inadequate, Mike is the witness. If Mike has a different opinion, you're up the creek. And the same thing would be true with regard to adequacy of the road network. You are lay people. You have nothing to offer the court in terms of these scientific-based standards. This is all expert testimony. A land use trial you know, the board may make a cameo appearance to say, Your Honor, we tried really hard, but that's about all that matters. Mike is the one who matters here.
Wait, with all due respect, Attorney Bobrowski, people that were elected wrote these rules here, and these aren't empty words on the paper, so why couldn't the court accept the standard that the town created?
The court will accept the standard, but the interpretation of that standard is a matter of professional expertise, not lay opinion. Ultimately, it's your consulting engineer, your consulting traffic engineer, who will testify at the trial.
But we don't
What I'm saying is
have
it's
a
in black and
consultant,
white,
we don't
isn't it?
have that, we don't have a.
Okay, wait.
Well, you don't have the traffic, I agree with you.
We have that.
But you do have Mike on the civil issue. In several cases, the court has said that, you know, talking about noise, or talking about this, or talking about that, unsupported by expert testimony, is one of my favorite phrases in a footnote, is angst insufficient for standing. Meaning that lay people can offer their lay opinions, but they don't educate the court necessarily when it's beyond the ordinary understanding of the finder of fact. And judges are just like us in this room today. They're just like us.
It's black and white, and we clearly have people that put this down and passed it.
Yes, but
So I don't
the
understand
traffic
why we're
engineer
applying.
would be the expert witness. Who else would testify that it's inadequate?
Well, it's less than the minimum.
Well-
Like, it's not, it doesn't meet the 28 feet.
I got a letter in the file from the fire chief that says, good to go.
Right, but I'm talking about Mr. Early.
Well, so is he.
No, but he's
Yeah,
not,
so is he.
doesn't quit,
He
according to the bylaw.
the question is adequacy, not does it meet the standard. You don't have in your book that it has
But
to
I thought
meet the
we had to
standard.
go by the book.
The book does not say adequate begins at 28 feet.
It totally has a design standard for the road.
It doesn't allude back to the standards for new construction. It just says it has to be adequate, and it doesn't define adequate as what you have to have for new construction.
Say new streets. It just says street.
Well, it's in the design standards, which are design-oriented standards for new construction.
It says all streets. All right, whatever.
Question, if we have an expert that contradicts Andre's opinion, such as Mr. Kochling, who is an expert, can he be used in court?
Can he what?
Be used in court to
Uh,
argue the point?
By the board or by you as an intervener?
Doesn't
Certainly
matter.
by you
Either way.
as, certainly by.
So we've addressed what was the minor outstanding comments. From the last time you've seen these plans to now, in terms of in a public forum, there's been no major substantial changes to any of the design. There's a lot of small detail changes, so if you really wanted to walk through them, you probably could, but I think it was be better served to give to the board if they have any particular questions or concerns or comments. I'll let, since Mike wasn't here, Bill, if you want to take over for that, in terms of the memo.
Well, I'm not really qualified to comment on.
Well, in terms of this
But
discussion.
it appears to me that all his questions have been addressed satisfactorily by the recent plan commission. So I think he has indicated that there are no waivers that they are requesting from the planning board, and that the design as presented as that standard engineering practices that he's comfortable with. He does indicate a few conditions that the board, if you approve it, should include in the decision. But those are more ways to oversee the project to make sure that it's built properly. So I can't talk about the engineering aspects of this, but I do believe the thrust of the letter is that all of the concerns have been addressed, and this is the 10th letter that Mike has provided, so it's been thoroughly reviewed at this point. Also, I would note that you have a comment letter from Peter Boria, the Water and Sewer Superintendent, who is here tonight. He would like to come forward. And from Dennis Carlson from the Fire Department, indicating that they are satisfied from a fire perspective with the payment plan. And then finally, there's a letter in your packet from Todd Gerard, the conservation agent, who reviewed the plan and he also believes that the plan, he doesn't have any other comments. He did indicate that he wanted to see a stormwater pollution prevention plan draft, which was provided to him earlier this week. So his concerns have been addressed as well.
I was just reviewing, and the plan review number 10, which is the one dated today, there's still a question, the way I'm reading it, that, do you have a copy of that? Again, under number 7, it says, Briggs Engineering suggests the planning board request clarification from the town council. And it is unclear at this time if this definitive plan can be approved as proposed.
We referred that question to Mark, who previously indicated. So remember, Mark, they had provided a strip, a 5-foot strip along Old Worcester Road, and provided the sole frontage.
That was a different issue, I thought. Oh, no, is that it? Okay. So that, okay, that's the last comment from,
Yeah,
this was the 17th.
The last comment is GI has no further comment pending input from the ZE.
Did we get a comment from Curtis?
Yes, I don't have it with me, but he did send something in previously.
About that 5-foot
Yes.
section? He had no problems with it?
Correct.
Yeah, we had weighed in on that before. If the lots are in two ownership and that they were both willing to sign as applicants, then that would constitute a proper application. I think we talked about this 2 or 3 meetings ago.
I was just wondering why it was still open. It doesn't say acknowledged.
This is like a string.
I
So,
understand that, but
yeah.
everything else has been acknowledged.
Yeah, but at the end of number 7, he says, we're done. No further comment pending input from the zoning enforcement.
Okay.
They didn't sign
Now, do 2 different people own Lot A and Lot B?
I think I answered that in the abstract. Maybe Attorney Rosen can help us.
I'm sorry, go ahead, what was the question?
If you look at, do you have the Graves comment letter?
Yep.
Number 7, first paragraph. 2 new lots by combining existing lots 10 and 10.1, separate process and plans from the definitive subdivision and perhaps prior incorporates portions of both existing lots. It's unclear if it can be approved. We discussed this and came to the conclusion that if the lots were held in common ownership, the line didn't matter, and if the lots were held in separate ownership, as long as the 2 separate entities were signing the application, then it would be a legal application.
Correct, and we referenced, I think, the case is Broken Stone, where they talk about land shown on a plan, and they talk about that the legislature didn't say lots or subdivision shown on a plan, it just says land.
Right.
And the fact that the land shown on the plan, and each owner of the land is joining in the application,
That's the
that
key.
was adequate, correct.
Yep.
So is this a common ownership?
It is a common application, each owner is a party to the application.
So you and I could decide that if we had adjacent pieces of property, we could join together and create a joint venture as long as we both sign the application.
Right.
The subdivision control law requires the applicant to be the owner, and it's a strict requirement.
Do we have other questions, or?
So we have letters from other boards and departments, and nobody has any concerns or
Well, Peter Boyd is here, we could ask him to come up and we did not get a letter from the Board of Health.
But we have a representative from the Board of Health that would,
I can come up if you want.
will be Peter.
After Mr. Boyd. Okay.
So yes, we discussed this, the Water Sewer Commission discussed this at our last meeting, I guess last week on February 25th. And there's some, I guess, questions remaining, but nothing outlying where we'd say, no, don't approve. It does show water and sewer proposed to both lots, however, it doesn't show what type of usage might be or what's planned to be put on those lots, so we can't just say, sure, water and sewer are available. Until we get a specific request saying what's gonna be built, then we can take that request and evaluate what the use is gonna be and then determine whether or not we have enough sewer and if there will be enough water available at that time. So, moving forward, I think the commission was comfortable that depending what they're doing with those lots, if it's one house on one and one house on the other, or whatever happens, then we can, I guess, review it at that time and make a determination. So, other than that, a couple residents showed up and relayed some other concerns, and I think if this plan gets approved, as far as what happens with the ExxonMobil water line, we will submit the approved plan to ExxonMobil, and they can adjust what they plan to install this summer after it's approved. And then the last question that was brought up was El Turner Road and whether it's a public or private way. As far as we're concerned, the new water line shows a 4-inch water line extension up that road because it's currently identified as a public way, and that's what we're gonna continue to go with at this time until it's proven otherwise.
The lawyers here, the two amazing attorneys have both said that that road is private.
We had a title exam provided to us, and we had a discussion about this a meeting or two ago. I see nothing in the title to suggest that the road is public, in that it doesn't meet the standards spelled out in the case law for a public road.
Okay.
So that's why I had shot the email over, I just didn't want the residents to be paying for a water line up a private road when those funds could be put back in the town versus.
Well, the residents at ExxonMobil was paying to install that, so we will.
Yes, but the difference goes into your, no?
I don't believe so. Thank you for
But
we'll let ExxonMobil know, and I'll let the commission know that if I can get something from the planning board in writing referencing that, and just to make sure that we're all on the same page, and present that to the commission, and we can present that to ExxonMobil and see what that changes.
Because I think that if we provide water line up a private road, then I think there's many residents that are gonna want water lines, so I just, again, not my purview, but when you notice it, when you're looking at the plans, it kind of.
But much like when we look at any vacant parcel, if there's room for it to be subdivided, there will be additional stuff on those properties for future development, because once the water line is installed and once that road is repaved, then under highway purview, there's a 5-year clause where they can't access that roadway to do another tap to that main. So because it's a 100-acre parcel, we're gonna do more than leave them one stub. So if that'd be something we can talk with ExxonMobil and can configure based on what gets approved with the subdivision plan and what we're left with and what they can plan ahead for. Okay?
Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
At our Board of Health meeting on Tuesday, February 26th, we had Mr. and Mrs. Russell come in, a handful of other residents from, I would call them the butters, and they had some concerns that some of their questions weren't being addressed properly. Although it's probably a stretch to say that they were Board of Health related, marginally maybe, but nonetheless, I felt compelled to show up tonight just to make sure that whatever the concerns of some of the abutters, that they're being addressed, they're written down and taken care of. There were stormwater questions, road drainage. There's also drainage that goes from this project back to the Russell's property, it's my understanding. And I didn't look at the plans. I mean, I looked at the plans, but again, I'm not an engineer, but it sounds like what they've got is 9 acres of subdivision plan, is that about right, Bill? About 9 acres, draining
Yeah,
into
I'm not sure.
an underground retention pond, which I have heard of before. And then from there, a pump will pump the water through a 12-inch pipe up to a culvert across from the Russell property, and then from there it goes into a 6-inch culvert.
I think Mike could better explain that than I could, so.
Well, yeah, because I saw this and I
If you
said,
have a question,
you know,
I'll address it to Mike.
Okay, so it's 12-inch going into a 6-inch pipe, and then, you know, you're taking what ultimately is previously road drainage from a small area, and now you're adding a lot. And the reason why I bring this up is because I have a 6-inch culvert that comes from approximately half acre of property across the street from me. That 6-inch culvert goes under the road and then into a little drainage ditch next to my property. And back 8 years ago, during some big rainstorms, I had so much washout, I called Todd Gerard, because I had a tremendous amount of erosion on my property that was then going into wetlands behind my property. So that was half an acre maybe, this is 9 acres. I just want to be sure because the Russells have some concerns, and I'm sure Mr. Andre did his homework, and maybe I'm wrong, or maybe the Russells are mistaken, but I just want to get clarity on that as far as, you know, protecting Mr. Russell's property.
Well, Mike and Andre had thoroughly reviewed that proposal and seemed satisfied, but I'd let Mr. Novak explain.
So Mr. Andre answered that, I believe it's paragraph 13 in his comments. And they did a comprehensive review, including a site walk visiting the abutter properties. So it is something that the town's engineer did. The engineer for this project reviewed on the town's behalf.
And both he and Mr. Gerard have no issues with any drainage, silt runoff, or anything, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Yep.
There was also an issue with potential for road drainage coming down, and as you know, at this time of year, you get ice buildup and so forth. And again, this is really not worth help, but I volunteered to come here. I just, also for my peace of mind, I want to make sure that that was all set. Sounds like Mr. Andre reviewed that as well. Also, the highway department, there was concern about the road. It's a 2-foot wide road, I believe. And I don't know if that would have to be part of it, or some of it, or all of it would have to be changed, widened, whatever. But again, nothing, no changes to the road?
For a 2-lot subdivision, that would normally be required.
For a larger project?
It perhaps would be, yes.
Okay, so leading right into that, I'm getting ahead of myself, but believe me, everybody here wants to know, I'm sure, what happens if this appeal, and this is just a what if, what happens if the appeal were to go through and the next phase of the project goes into play? Obviously, that's what BGG is doing. Does the site plan review on the next phase then kind of start all over? You start with all new plans, all the boards get involved, open for public opinion, public forum, meetings and so forth?
Well, Mark, I guess.
And I know this is down the road. It's a what if.
Well, the site plan review has already been completed and finalized here with a denial, so
Right.
that is the site plan review.
Right, but the land court can come back and whenever their
They
docket
could,
is
they could
available.
remand it if they wanted to. I'm not a participant in that, so I don't know the posture.
So-
They could conceivably remand it.
Okay, so worst case scenario, let's say that you get overturned and BGG gets the green light on the next phase of the project with the greenhouse, with everything. Then with the site plan, would that have to come back through?
Not necessarily.
So then, that would be it. Your hands would be off of the project in its entirety at that point?
Can I ask you a question? What would that have to do with the subdivision plan?
Right, we gotta
If
start
the-
the
I know.
subdivision.
Okay, all right.
If the court remands the site plan, this subdivision plan becomes moot. If the court approves the site plan, the subdivision plan becomes moot. So it has nothing to do with the subdivision plan.
It's good, completely separate.
right?
Just look right down the road.
Thanks for the question, though.
I think that's it for me. Oh, one last thing I did want to bring up, and this is, because we can't talk about this, because this isn't part of the site plan, but going back to Foursquare, you should have received a letter from our board probably a month or two ago requesting zero emissions from Foursquare. And I'm sorry to bring that up. This was just our recommendation based on your site visit to North Brookfield and the fact that we, at that point, figured, I'm assuming they were about the same size facilities, I don't know, but we would hope that we would be able to also have zero emissions at the property for butters. In this case, it's Route 20, and I know there's not a lot of houses, or any house down there.
We're gonna work together.
Right,
and
thank you,
deal with
thank
it.
you. And I'll let Jim know, but please contact him as soon as you can.
Yep.
All right, I think I'm all set.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any of the boards that need to, what would like to chime in before? Lois? Do you want me to?
Yeah.
Okay. So, I think I have been through our subdivision regs more in the last few months than I've been ever. So, in section 3.1.5,
Of the subdivision
of the
reg?
subdivision regs, with regard to sufficient width, it says, the board shall consider, C, is the existing roadway fully paved, and is it at least 35 feet wide? The existing road, Old Worcester Road, is fully paved, however, it is not 35 feet wide. The existing road that intersects with the applicant's cul-de-sac is only 22 feet wide, a width that is consistent along the nearly 3-mile road width from Main Street to Route 20. Regarding this requirement, the applicant's plan, it fails to meet this regulation. The only solution is to, which is kind of impractical, would be to widen the entire stretch of roadway.
I'm not sure that's the applicable regulation, Patsy. This is like a preamble, and it's talking in that section specifically about a way in existence. That's language normally associated with an approval not required plan, and these are sort of like generic requirements. Your specific road standards would be under the design provisions in the back. So I was just looking for them when you asked me the question. So we'll find them together. It's section 4, design standards. Thank you. And there's a width requirement. I don't know if we're on the same printout. I doubt it, no, I'm looking at that. Well, maybe we are. 31, yeah, I didn't know you had a book. 31, bottom of the page, width. You with me? If the section number, if you can't find it on the same page as my printout, is 4.1.4. And then these are the regs. So the regs would be A. It defines major, collector, minor, and flexible development, and then the minimum width of the streets right of way. And I'm sure it'll also go on to define the pavement width as well.
So I would consider Old Worcester Road a collector street, which says 60 feet. Correct?
Okay.
So it's even bigger than the 35?
35 feet is a minor lane usually.
So if the board will give due regard to the prospective character of
And
different
you've got a
subdivisions.
minimum width for a minor street of 60 feet too, so.
And then the collector is 60, so.
But that's the width of the right of way, that's not the travel width of the pavement. So
But
there's a
if
chart
you-
under 4.1.7.
But if you go, there is no physical way to get it that big. Even if they were gonna redo the whole road, there is no physical way. There's just not the space to do that.
These standards are for the new roads that are being built, the new subdivision ways, not existing public ways.
But it doesn't say that, right? Okay, I mean, unless I'm reading it wrong. I think I've read this 40 times, so.
Well, what's the question?
I just don't think that the road meets the sufficient requirement,
The new road or the collector road?
the collector road.
This section 4 is design standards, so you're designing for what you're building, not for what already exists. It's for what you're designing. I mean, it's no different than the 2 definitive subdivisions you approved at the last meeting. The roadways on the roads that lead to them are not 60 feet wide.
So a collector street, a street intercepting one or more streets in which, in the opinion of the board, is used to carry a substantial volume of traffic from such streets to a major or collector street or community facility, or which includes a principal entrance street to a large subdivision or group of subdivisions. So Old Worcester Road is the street that feeds off.
It says intercept, this isn't intercepting. If you read the last part of it, go ahead and read the last few words again, like. What section are you in?
The 4.1.4.
4.1.4.
Yep.
Or includes a principal entrance to a large subdivision or a group of subdivisions. So this is not a collector street. This is an entrance to a 2-lot subdivision. It's not a collector street.
So even our minor is 60 feet.
The street itself has to be 60, that's correct. And our cul-de-sac, the design standard of our cul-de-sac is 60 feet.
That doesn't pertain to what's coming, the road that you're traveling on to get to that?
This is a design standard for streets that you're building. If you're
Okay.
building a major street, you have to
Okay.
build it 66 feet wide. If you're building a collector street, you have to build it 60 feet wide. If you're building a flexible development street, you have to build it 40 feet wide. And if you're building a minor street, you have to build it 60 feet wide. We're building a minor street and we're building it 60 feet wide.
So you're laying it out 60.
We're laying it out
Yeah.
60 feet wide.
All right, so
A minor street pavement width has to be 28 feet, including parking lanes.
in determining whether a way in existence when the subdivision control law became effective in the town of Charlton has sufficient width.
That is a
suitable-
provision, Patsy, that applies under 81L to approval not required plans. That language is limited to C in 81L, which references the appropriate roads that can be divided under approval not required practices. A is a public way, or a way certified as maintained and used by the public by the town clerk. B is a way shown on an approved definitive plan, and case law says bonded so that it can be constructed. And C is a way in existence, having in the opinion of the planning board, the language that you were just reading. So it does not apply to a subdivision.
So we have A&R regs in our subdivision regs.
You do, but this is not an A&R. It's a full-blown subdivision.
Why would we have A&R information in our subdivision?
Everybody does. You always put A&R stuff in your subdivision regs, because it's a form of division of land, which is also regulated by the same statute. So the standards are the hard standards in section 4 in the back, street design standards, for new construction.
For new construction.
And I note that, you know, in a lot of subdivision regulations, because I draft them, many towns have put access adequacy standards for roads leading to subdivisions. The leading case is a Falmouth case from back many years in the 1980s. In the Falmouth case, they said that a road leading to a subdivision, an existing public way, had to be adequate for its intended purposes. And the case law has been more or less driving that for now 30, 40 years. So most towns will say that a road leading to a subdivision will be deemed adequate if it has the grade, the pavement width, the grade, pavement width, site distance, and there's one other thing you usually put. So that if in fact the road leading to the subdivision is a wholly inadequate road, you can deny it. But you have to have that reg in your rule. You have to have that in your book. If you don't have that in your book, you can't just pull it out of thin air.
I
we're not opening
We just not open it up yet.
Okay, very good.
And you may have it, because I haven't looked for it, but I don't see it in that place that you're referring to. That would not be that kind of a regulation.
I've read this, like I've read it so many times, it just doesn't
It's
make
quoting
any sense that
81L.
it doesn't matter how crappy the road is. Excuse me, before you put in a subdivision, you can find the worst one and just pop a road up there and have, and everybody has to deal with it.
You mean like a crappy public road leading to a
Yeah.
road in the subdivision? That's what the Falmouth case was about.
And so,
But
because we don't specifically have it in our regs, we have to say.
A cardinal principle of subdivision regulation is that you have to have it in your book, and then you can throw it at them. That reg that you're reading is not an appropriate reg to throw at them. If there is another reg in the book, I'll be looking for it while you talk. But I don't, but that regulation, because it quotes 81L, is quoting from the ABC section that I just alluded to. And those apply to approval not required plans.
Madam Chairman, may I suggest a section that we can look at?
Great.
5.2.43, 5243.
That's the next one.
I have that, I already have that one.
We have it. We're gonna read it right now.
Yeah, you can do that one. I do that one.
Okay, 5.2.4.3, the board may disapprove a plan where it determines that dangerous traffic conditions may result due to inadequacy of the proposed access or of the proposed ways within the subdivision or of any of the ways adjacent to or providing access to the subdivision. Okay, Old Worcester Road, which would service the applicant's subdivision cul-de-sac, is an extreme example of a narrow and meandering country road with two nearly 90-degree angle turns approaching the entrance to the cul-de-sac from the west. In the site plan hearing on traffic impact, the Charlton Highway Superintendent Foskett said of Old Worcester Road regarding truck traffic, the road is curvy and dangerous. Yes, no?
Good argument?
You're asking us?
Any comment on that?
Sure. You had your engineers in the site plan, if we're gonna reference the site plan.
No, we're not, no,
And I'm
no.
Well,
We're
you
not
did.
referencing.
You referenced comments submitted during the site plan approval process. So if we're gonna reference comments during the site plan
Okay.
approval process, then you need to go back to your own traffic engineers who clearly determined that the road was adequate for a much larger project than a two-lot subdivision. And then your own engineers in this project reviewed it and reviewed it for sightline adequacy. So your sightline adequacy has been resolved, and the ability to handle traffic for, how many employees is that? For a subdivision, for not even a subdivision, but for a use that would accommodate more than 300 vehicles per day, was more than adequate.
Are you telling me that the use on the plan should actually say, they should
No, I'm
reference
telling
the
you
site
that even
plan?
300 cars a day added to the existing traffic would not pose an unsafe condition based on what your engineering experts told you at the site plan review. And if we're gonna quote the fact that it's a dangerous road based on commentary delivered in the site plan, then I'm gonna quote your engineers who delivered expertise on traffic at the site plan.
Not Orchard Way.
No, it was on Old Worcester Road.
We're not gonna
Coming
debate.
to that location in that section.
That's exactly why I'm not a lawyer, because I said site plan, sorry.
Yep.
Okay,
Yeah, please.
that was our fault.
Did I put the site plan, oh.
Yeah, you referenced
In
it.
the site plan public hearing, all right, that's fine. I still think that.
So this
you
is
know,
what the court said in the Falmouth case. I'll just read you. In the Falmouth reg package, it just said that there will be adequate access to the subdivision. And like I said, later years, we've refined that to grade, site distance. important things. Albeit broad in connotation, the term adequate access or such cognates as suitable or satisfactory run like a leitmotif through the law of subdivision control, and courts have had little difficulty applying its basic meaning under different factual circumstances. Blah, blah, blah. It means the free flow of traffic with a minimum of hazard of necessity depends on the number, location, and widths of streets. The essential significance is that streets be of sufficient width and suitable to accommodate motor vehicle traffic and to provide access for firefighting equipment and other emergency vehicles, quoting from a New Jersey case. This is the Supreme Judicial Court of Massachusetts. So I don't have, I do think that the gentleman has appropriately pointed out 5.2.4.3. I don't like it. I wouldn't have worded it that way. But it does necessarily say that inadequacy is a factor that you should consider. And I don't know that I would decide a question of inadequacy based upon lay opinion when professional opinion is readily available. I would note in that regard that the fire chief has a letter in the package, which I believe, I looked at it a while ago, I believe it signs off, doesn't it?
Yes.
So.
But the highway superintendent, who knows these roads very, very well, said that it was a dangerous road.
In writing?
He said on video. We can pull that up.
Tonight?
Yeah, I'd like to hear that, because
Yeah,
what I
somebody in
heard
the
was
audience
that
pull up that video of
Was that in this hearing or was that in the site plan?
That's a site plan hearing.
It was in the site plan.
That's why we don't want to go there.
No, you don't want to go there.
Can't go there.
If you're determined to make this an issue, then I think the appropriate thing for the board to do, because you haven't closed the public hearing, is to bring in the appropriate people to advise you. In a subdivision fight, you're only as good as your expert. You're not going to testify.
We don't have any experts.
Then you gotta get one. That's the point. You do have an expert on the civil stuff, Mike, and Mike is the star witness, so.
Mike's not here.
I understand that too. But it's all about Mike on the civil side. And as much as it's all about Mike on the civil side, it's all about your next expert on the inadequacy of the road side. So if that's where you're determined to go, I would announce your intention to find that expert and bring them into the next meeting. And you're gonna need a continuance to do that, if I'm not mistaken.
Correct, the decision is due on the 11th.
Right.
All right. Section 3.2.5, under forms and contents, the purpose of the plan shall be clearly stated. The applicant has stated the purpose of the plan is the free zoning. The latter is a strategy, not a purpose, with regard to the use of the property within the subdivision. So we would like to know what the actual use. We do these all the time with solar, and they always say solar. And
The use of this particular plan is to continue the use as it currently exists. You don't have to have a new purpose. It can be its existing purpose, and its intent is to be its existing purpose. I think that question was asked 2 or 3 years ago, and I think we said the same thing at that hearing.
you know, lawyer talk.
Yeah, I know. So the purpose, you're saying, is the current purpose?
The current use, yes.
The current use is what it is?
So you
Yes.
know, nothing like that.
Say it.
But you have all these drawings showing different things.
All the drainage.
All the drainage, all the tearing and everything, but it's going.
We have to do those things in order to get the cul-de-sac approved. So we can make modifications to the land, to the site, and to the ground, but continue to use the existing use on the property. That's what our current purpose is.
Okay. I
still believe that the section 5.2.4.3, the dangerous traffic
So the
conditions.
street that you drive school buses down is a dangerous street?
Just one school bus, it's fine.
Okay. So when two school buses pass each other, that's acceptable as well?
It isn't acceptable.
Okay.
All right, so who, again, believe me, hours and hours and hours have gone into this, every question. We have, what is the legal entity that is sponsoring this subdivision plan? I honestly did a search for Valley Green Grow, and I got Valley Green Grow Inc., Valley Green Grow LLC, and Valley Green Grow Manufacturing. And the plans and all the legal documents that go along with these plans only say Valley Green Grow. It's like giving approval to John Smith. John Smith. Sorry, John.
So John, this is your fault.
And I've been through plan after plan, the initial application, all the paperwork. There isn't, so what is the legal entity that is?
I would have to look at the papers, and I don't have the entire application or all the submissions in front of me, but I believe that this is Valley Green Grow.
Valley Green Grow what?
Inc.
That's the not-for-profit corp?
I believe so.
Can we get that changed on all the plans and all the legal docs? Because I feel uncomfortable approving something for a random.
Well, it's readily solved because the applicant has to be the owner. So whoever are the owners of the two lots that form the ground underneath the plan must be applicants.
It doesn't say the applicant's BGG?
No, it's all, their form, you can have an applicant, because it can be the party that is purchasing the parcel.
Sure.
But the owners must join in the applicant.
Correct.
So the owners are named on the application. So technically, it's all three, I guess, is who this decision would run to.
Yeah, I
Valley Green Grow
guess the
Inc.
question is, who is the nominee going to be when and if the approval is granted? Because obviously, you're stepping in as Valley Green Grow and in some iteration.
I would suggest that the decision be rendered in all three parties' names.
The two owners plus Valley Green Grow Inc.
Yep, yep.
The application is signed by Nathan R. Benjamin Sr., Patricia Benjamin, and Nathan R. Benjamin Jr. And the applicant is listed as Valley Green Grow.
The
It's Valley
applicant-
Green Grow.
Applicant, which doesn't exist.
It says, the undersigned applicant being the owner, and then there's an asterisk for that. And
The two owners listed on the cover sheet of the plan would be Charlton Orchards Group LLC and Nathan R. Benjamin Jr. and Catherine L. Benjamin.
And they're identified as the owner applicants, and they have all signed the application.
We have it in front of us, Valley Green Grow, applicant Valley Green Grow.
On the plan,
You
I
have
see
to
it.
turn the next page.
Valley Green Grow.
Applicant Valley Green Grow.
Well, the important one is the owners. And I think he's just offered clarification that if and when this is approved, the entity of Valley Green Grow that will take possession of the property ultimately would be Inc.
So we kind of know who the applicant is, okay. So, section 8.4, this section requires the subdivider shall take all steps feasible to protect the natural features of the subdivision, such as large trees, archaeologically significant locations, and some similar community assets, which, if preserved, will add attractiveness and value to the subdivision. The applicant has taken no steps in its application to protect heritage trees, red oaks, that are estimated to be over 200 years old. Several such trees exist at the site of the proposed cul-de-sac. In addition, remnants of stone wall would be displaced by the subdivision construction. The subdivision underground drainage system structure the size of a football field and a cul-de-sac which is 120 feet wide and 85 feet long would completely change the character of the road and farm property by scarring the side of the historic orchard by removing excessive amounts of earth to level this section for an unknown purpose. There's always the pause so the lawyers can.
Whose words are those?
Whose words? They're mine. I am a very good writer. I don't speak very well, but I write very, very well.
The sections that are quoted from the,
Yeah, you see all my little sticky notes. You can tell they're pretty professional, too.
Well, again, that's from the section that's captioned administration. There is a design standard. I urge you to stay within the design standard chapter. And the 4.5 of the design standard talks about due regard shall be given for all natural features such as large trees, watercourses, scenic points, historic spots, stone walls, other similar assets which if preserved will add attractiveness and value to the subdivision.
I'm gonna have to read your book a little more closely to get this stuff down.
Did you see what I just read now?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm now going to Google a case in which I believe that exact provision was litigated. And I'll tell you when I'm there. Go ahead and talk. Could you read that again?
Yeah. What was the reference to the other one that I? Yeah. He had that one.
so we need, so that came out of the administration. I guess.
Really good.
Can't get on the town Wi-Fi.
Okay, find that provision I just read.
And what was it?
Reference it again for me.
4.5, I think I just read for you. So in this case, litigated was the following ready? Match it up with yours. Due regard shall be shown for all natural features such as large trees, water courses, scenic points, historic spots, and similar community assets, which if preserved, will add attractiveness and value to the subdivision. The judge concluded that the planning board was without statutory power to adopt such regulations. We need not decide whether regulations dealing with aesthetic considerations and environmental protection are permissible under the law, as we are of the opinion that the provisions quoted above are not drafted in such a way as to be enforceable. Whether a proposed subdivision meets such standards as, there was an earlier phrase, attractiveness of the street layout, maximum livability, whether the preservation of a particular natural feature will add attractiveness and value, and what constitutes due consideration are essentially matters of opinion. It will be the collective opinions of the members of the planning board at the time the plan is being evaluated. Assuming the possibility of setting forth clear and objective standards, we perceive no attempt to formulate such standards here. The regulations in question therefore fail to fulfill the requirement of apprising owners in advance what may be required of them, which is a fundamental tenet of subdivision control law. And I'll tell you, the origin of that comes from a guy who did planning 40 years ago, and he went around and he got the job in a lot of towns, and he put the same thing in everybody's book. So it's not uncommon to see that still in subdivision books.
So just because a judge decided that in that case.
That's the appeals court I'm reading from. That's a 3-judge panel.
So just because in an appeals court it didn't work, that is.
I don't go to the appeals court and say, just because you did this once back in Tisbury in the 1980s, doesn't mean I shouldn't challenge it again in Charlton in the 2019. This is the law of the Commonwealth. It's the same paragraph, almost exactly word for word, if not exactly word for word, which is why it jumped out at me.
In what town? In what?
Tisbury. This was Tisbury. The case is called Chira, C-H-I-R-A versus Planning Board of Tisbury. And I taught it for 28 years at New England. It was in my required readings for students.
So someone can come in and rip out natural resources and.
You can adopt regulations under different statutory arms to control that. Board of Health can control it, zoning can control it. You could tell somebody that before they decide to strip the vegetation off a piece of property, they have to get site plan approval and put stormwater management and erosion control measures in place. You can't do it under subdivision control because subdivision control is a very narrow law. It's only for 2 things: to supervise the orderly division of the land into lots so that they can be recorded at the Registry of Deeds, and to supervise the installation of municipal services, including roads, utilities, drainage, and anything else that's going into the ground. That's the limited purpose of subdivision control. It's not broad and environmental or aesthetic. It doesn't have those purposes.
Section 5.3, all about drainage. I have a whole entire page that I can read down.
5.3. All right, I'm there.
Oh.
I got a feeling these are going to be Mike questions, though.
And he's not here, so.
I get it.
The applicant's plan show stormwater discharges into the right-of-way. This has potential to create a safety hazard for flooding and erosion. There is no stormwater conveyance mechanism from discharge point to town stormwater system.
Which one are you on?
I'm reading my comment about 5.3 and drainage, the drainage system in general.
But are you starting with 5.3.1? Which subsection are you in?
Yep. 5.3.1, yes.
Oh, okay, okay.
The current town drainage system discharges to private property without necessary easements and conveys water from a natural spring to a perennial stream and a wetland. Town drainage cannot be upgraded without proper easements and environmental assessments. The town cannot issue permits for work on private property without easements. The town road could potentially be undermined because road, swale, and drainage system is only designed for a volume of stormwater generated by the 9-acre subdivision pump system. A natural spring located on the proposed entrance to the cul-de-sac has potential to cause hazardous road icing conditions. The reliability and design of an underground detention mitigation system is an issue, such as the design is only used in industrial settings and no such system currently exists in the town of Charlton. The system will be underwater and will be full of groundwater. A pump will run continuously. There are potential noise issues and maintenance issues. If the system fails, the applicant has made no provisions for emergency repairs. The underground detention system has potential health concerns regarding growth of mold and mosquitoes. Underwater construction will require thousands of gallons of dewatering during construction. Stormwater mitigation proposed on the slope has the potential to cause channeling and major erosion control problems affecting new and existing roadway. There is potential that the stormwater will not dissipate. The proposed subdivision increases surface area, which will increase surface water runoff volumes. The applicant's French drain system has potential of adverse effects. It has potential to create increased drainage discharge to stormwater system and may not have necessary capacity to hold and handle water as intended. There is also potential for the system as designed to lower the groundwater table and is counterproductive to Massachusetts stormwater standards that require commercial subdivisions to provide recharge to sustain the existing groundwater elevations. So I don't have Mike here to.
And I note that 531 says, the drainage system shall be laid out to the satisfaction of the board, acting on the recommendation of the town engineer.
Or if none, the board.
There is one, it's Mike. He's given you 5 letters on this, and he's not here. Did we mention that?
I don't think you really recommended it. He said he's never seen
He's never seen it before.
Yeah, actually, can I just, and I'm sorry to be, you're not sitting on the board, correct? It's a 3-member board?
Yes.
But I'm able to comment.
Okay.
He's not, and he's not.
But he hasn't been at every hearing. So even if he were an alternate and able to participate in the discussions and the deliberations, he wasn't at every hearing. So technically, he should be recused from participating as well. We were told this is going to be a 3-member board, and the deliberations and the discussions were going to be by a 3-member board. So he wasn't here when Mike Graves dealt with this issue on December 17th, December 24th, again on December 17th. You know, Mike had dealt with all of these issues in his letter, all of these things that you talked about. They're all issues that apply to pretty much every subdivision in town. And there are issues that were specifically brought up for Mike to review, and Mike reviewed and approved them and acknowledged that they've been satisfied in his 7 pages of engineering analysis over the past 3 months. We can go back and we can watch the plans that were approved at the February 20th hearing. None of these discussions about drainage, impact on roadways, stormwater runoff, none of these things were discussed with respect to any other definitive subdivision plan that's been adopted for purposes of the zoning freeze in the town. So
We knew exactly what was happening. They were all going to be solar.
And
so
again,
we have to be extra careful.
but you know what's happening
We don't
with this.
know.
Yes,
No,
you do.
we don't.
This is staying as is, as its current use. I've stated on the record, if we actually do get a site plan approval for cannabis, we will withdraw, we will dispense of this subdivision plan. We've stated that on record. We've stated that we will not build this if we get our site plan approval. So you know what's happening. This subdivision plan is for the existing use of the property. If the site plan gets remanded or approved by the land court, we will not build that. And I have stated on numerous occasions, you can make that a condition of this approval. We won't build this cul-de-sac if the site plan goes forward for the cannabis project. So you know that it won't impact it.
That's incorrect, because if your site plan doesn't go through, who knows, you could be using it as a gravel pit up there. I don't know.
We
So.
could use it for a lot of different things that we might decide to do in the future. For now, as we've stated again numerous times on the record, the intent right now, if we don't get the site plan approval and we get the subdivision approval, is to continue to use it for its existing use.
And you can't use it as a gravel pit because.
Excuse me.
Which one is it? Everybody else can walk in.
So again, I just want to make a clear distinction between when we're talking about a subdivision plan versus when we're talking about site plan. We understand the board's position on the site plan. We got it, we're in court, that's why we're in court. The subdivision plan is not intending to support a cannabis facility. We say it at every single hearing. If we go forward with cannabis, if we get the site plan approved, we are not building this cul-de-sac, and you can make it a condition.
I believe our site plan decision is pretty great, and it won't be approved, so my thought process goes to the subdivision plan, where now you have a subdivision plan where you can do anything up there, and it could potentially.
We would still have to come back and get site plan approval for a different use, which means you would have the ability to regulate.
For what? That is correct. They would have to come back for site plan approval. So you would have the opportunity to control the substitute use in the event they lost that land.
But we don't know what the substitute is for.
And they probably don't either, because they probably don't anticipate, Patsy thinks she's gonna win in land court, Michael thinks she's gonna win in land court, so they'll figure it out when they get to the end of the day.
Exactly.
I think what the members and perhaps the audience are having difficulty grasping is that we have a legislature that said that if you submit a preliminary plan followed by a definitive plan, you freeze the zoning in effect at the time the plan was first submitted, and that plan can really just be a placeholder, freezing the land shown on the plan under the old zoning. I mean,
And that's not a loophole, that was specifically put in the regulations.
And it tells you that you don't have a lobbyist, but I can tell you who does have a lobbyist, right? And it was originally a 5-year freeze, and then it became a 7-year freeze, and now it's an 8-year freeze. So that's all part of the same coin, and that's the